Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Welcome to this post-budget webinar. It is organized by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, on the inspiring theme, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, fulfilling aspirations of people. Let me extend a warm welcome to honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors, particularly education, health, hospitality, and sports. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will address the webinar in a short while from now, covering diverse sectors, including education, health, Ayush, pharma, tourism, hospitality skills, and sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the webinars organized around the core theme of the Union Budget 2026-27. The objective is to translate the budget's strategic reforms into an actionable, outcome-oriented framework through wide-ranging consultations with ministries, academia, industry, civil society, and implementation partners. नमस्कार, सुप्रभात देवी और सज्जनों, मेरा नाम शुभेंदु घोष है। 2026 के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार श्रृंखला के अंतिम वेबिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये वेबिनार शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया है। इसका मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, जन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करना। कुछ ही देर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी इस वेबिनार से जुड़ेंगे। वे शिक्षा, कौशल, विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप, दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, फार्मा, पर्यटन, आतिथ्य कौशल और खेल संबंधी विषयों पर अपने विचार साझा करेंगे। ये वेबिनार केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 के तहत प्रमुख घोषणाओं के कार्यान्वयन के तरीकों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए प्रमुख स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ किया जा रहा है। वर्ष 2021 में अपनी शुरुआत से ही ये पहल संवाद, चिंतन और सामूहिक कार्रवाई के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच बन गया है। ये हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारत सरकार की दूरदर्शी सोच को भी दर्शाता है, जिसके अंतर्गत प्रत्येक नीति, प्रत्येक सुधार और प्रत्येक बजटीय प्रावधान केवल एक वित्तीय प्रक्रिया नहीं है, बल्कि नागरिकों को सशक्त करने, संस्थानों को मजबूत बनाने और राष्ट्रीय विकास को गति देने का एक मार्गदर्शक है। इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार का उद्देश्य केंद्रीय बजट से उत्पन्न सकारात्मक गति को आगे बढ़ाना है, उसे बनाए रखना है, ताकि विभिन्न दृष्टिकोणों के माध्यम से बजट की गहरी और व्यापक समझ विकसित की जा सके। साथ ही सभी हितधारकों, स्टेक होल्डर्स में सहभागिता और स्वामित्व की मजबूत भावना विकसित करनी जाने वाली है, जिससे जनता की आकांक्षाओं प्रभावी रूप से ठोस परिणामों में परिवर्तित हो सके। सरकार के आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत 2047 के दृष्टिकोण के अनुरूप इन सत्रों को सामूहिक ज्ञान और व्यवहारिक विशेषज्ञता का उपयोग करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया है। Ladies and gentlemen, a diverse group of panelists and participants are joining us for the subsequent sessions from across India and the world, ensuring a rich and multifaceted discussion. The webinar brings together honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors today, particularly from education, health, hospitality, and sports. Now, each of these stakeholders will be sharing their unique perspectives, experiences, and expertise, creating an environment of meaningful dialogue and knowledge exchange. By engaging voices from such varied backgrounds, the sessions are designed to foster collaboration, generate innovative ideas, and provide holistic insights into topics under consideration. The impact of these sessions, as expected, will be far-reaching. They are designed to foster joint preparations that draws on both global best practices as well as local experiences, ensuring that diverse expertise is effectively utilized. They will also enable credible action to remove bottlenecks, address challenges that are typically encountered during implementation, thereby strengthening the delivery of these flagship reforms. Most importantly, these sessions will facilitate timely completion of all preparatory measures so that execution can begin in earnest, translating vision into results and ensuring that benefits of the union budget reach the people swiftly and effectively. This webinar is a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, building a future where governance is participatory, development is inclusive, and every citizen's aspiration finds fulfillment. इस वेबिनार में विभिन्न मंत्रालयों में आयोजित ब्रेकआउट सत्र होंगे। उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के अंतर्गत 5 सत्र, पर्यटन मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 4 सत्र तथा स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 7 सत्र हैं। ये सत्र नवाचार और सहयोग के सशक्त माध्यम के रूप में कार्य करेंगे। इन सत्रों में विविध पृष्ठभूमियों से आए पैनलिस्ट और प्रतिभागी भाग लेंगे, जिससे समृद्ध और बहुआयामी चर्चा सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। इस आयोजन में मंत्रीगण, शिक्षाविद, छात्र, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि, कॉर्पोरेट जगत के नेता, सरकारी संगठनों के अधिकारी तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधि भी शामिल होंगे। ये सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स अपनी विशिष्ट दृष्टिकोण, अनुभव, विशेषज्ञता साझा करेंगे, जिससे सार्थक संवाद और ज्ञान के आदान प्रदान का वातावरण तैयार होगा।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मंत्रिपरिषद के माननीय सदस्यगण, विभिन्न मंत्रालयों एवं विभागों के अधिकारीगण, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधि, शिक्षाविद तथा इस वेबिनार से जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागी, आप सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। सबका साथ सबका विकास, फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल की भावना से प्रेरित इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। आज आयोजित इस वेबिनार में शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन तथा आतिथ्य से संबंधित कुल 22 बजट घोषणाओं पर विस्तार से विचार विमर्श किया जाएगा। इसके लिए 16 ब्रेकआउट सेशन निर्धारित किए गए हैं, जिसमें लगभग 193 विशेषज्ञ भाग लेंगे। यह बजट वर्ष 2047 के विकसित भारत के हम सभी के संकल्पों को साकार करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, जो समावेशी विकास और नए अवसरों का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वे इस अवसर पर हम सभी को अपना मार्गदर्शन दें और हमें आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा प्रदान करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
साथियों, बजट के बाद वेबिनार की इस सीरीज में आज चौथा और अहम वेबिनार है। फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल, यानी जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति। ये केवल एक चर्चा का विषय नहीं है, ये इस बजट का मूल ध्येय है और इस सरकार का संकल्प भी है। इन जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम एजुकेशन, स्किल, हेल्थ, टूरिज्म, स्पोर्ट्स, कल्चर ऐसे मूलभूत सेक्टर्स हैं। इसलिए इस वेबिनार में हम इन महत्वपूर्ण आयामों पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। बजट घोषणाओं के इंप्लीमेंटेशन के लिए इन विषयों से जुड़े सभी एक्सपर्ट्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स और स्कॉलर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और मेरे युवा साथी, आप सभी के विचार और सुझाव बहुत अहम है। मैं आप सभी का इस चौथे बजट वेबिनार के इस सत्र में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, भारत आज प्रिवेंटिव और होलिस्टिक हेल्थ के लिए एक विशाल विजन पर काम कर रहा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में देश का हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मजबूत हुआ है। सैकड़ों जिलों में नए नए मेडिकल कॉलेज खुल गए हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना, आरोग्य मंदिरों के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की पहुंच गांव-गांव तक बढ़ाई गई है। हमारे योग और आयुर्वेद पूरी दुनिया में पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं। आप सभी इसके विभिन्न पहलुओं पर संवाद अवश्य करेंगे, लेकिन एक अहम विषय जिसका मैं जिक्र करना चाहूंगा वो है केयर इकोनॉमी। आने वाले दशक में देश में सीनियर सिटीजन्स की संख्या तेजी से बढ़ेगी। इसके अलावा आज वर्तमान में दुनिया के कई देशों में केयर गिवर्स की भारी मांग है। इसलिए अब हेल्थ सेक्टर में लाखों युवाओं के लिए नई स्किल आधारित रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार हो रहे हैं। मैं इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित हेल्थ सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट से आग्रह करूंगा वो नए ट्रेनिंग मॉडल्स और पार्टनरशिप विकसित करने पर सुझाव दें, ताकि देश में ट्रेनिंग इकोसिस्टम और ज्यादा मजबूत हो सके। साथियों, इसी से जुड़ा दूसरा विषय टेलीमेडिसिन का है। आज बड़ी संख्या में दूर दराज के क्षेत्र के लोग भी इसका लाभ उठा रहे हैं और विश्वास बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं इसमें अब भी जागरूकता और सहजता बढ़ाए जाने की बहुत जरूरत है। साथियों, पिछले एक दशक में देश के माइंडसेट में एक बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। आज गांव, कस्बा, शहर की सीमाओं से परे भारत का हर युवा कुछ नया करना चाहता है। उसमें कुछ कर गुजरने का जज्बा है। नई पीढ़ी का ये नया माइंडसेट देश की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है, उज्जवल भविष्य की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है। इसे कैपिटलाइज करने के लिए हमें अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को निरंतर आधुनिक बनाए रखना है, अपग्रेड करते ही रहना है। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने इसके लिए जरूरी बेस तैयार कर दिया है। अब बहुत आवश्यक है कि हमारे करिकुलम मार्केट की जरूरतों के हिसाब से अपडेटेड रहें। हमें हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रियल वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी से जोड़ने की प्रक्रिया को और तेज करनी होगी। एआई और ऑटोमेशन, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी और डिजाइन ड्रिवन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऐसे विषयों पर हमें फोकस और बढ़ाना होगा। साथियों, देश में एजुकेशन को एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्राइज से जोड़ने की दिशा में लगातार काम हो रहा है। यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप जैसे नए मॉडल्स में हमारी इसी अप्रोच का प्रतिबिंब है। आज भारत एवीजीसी सेक्टर यानी एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट्स, गेमिंग और कॉमिक्स को बढ़ावा दे रहा है। भारत इनोवेशन ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी की ओर बढ़ रहा है। आज इस वेबिनार में देश के अनेक शिक्षाविद और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस जुड़े हैं। मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस वेबिनार में अपने कैंपस को इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन और रिसर्च ड्रिवन लर्निंग उसको केंद्र के रूप में विकसित करने की दिशा में जरूर मंथन हो। इससे स्टूडेंट्स को रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपोजर मिलेगा और स्किल इकोसिस्टम और मजबूत होगा। साथियों, एक बहुत अहम विषय है स्टेम, यानी साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथमेटिक्स। इस क्षेत्र में ये बहुत गर्व का विषय है कि हमारे देश में स्टेम के विषयों पर रुचि रखने में बेटियों की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज जब हम फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजीज के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं तो बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी बेटी अवसरों के अभाव में रुक न जाए। वेबिनार में आप इस दिशा में जरूर चर्चा करें। हमें महिलाओं के पार्टिसिपेशन को बढ़ाने पर और जोर देना होगा। हमें ऐसा रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम तैयार करना होगा जहां यंग रिसर्चर्स को एक्सपेरिमेंट करने और नए आइडियाज पर काम करने का पूरा अवसर मिले। साथियों, युवा शक्ति तभी राष्ट्रीय शक्ति बनती है जब वह स्वस्थ भी हो, अनुशासित भी हो और आत्मविश्वास से भरी हो। इसलिए पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खेलों को राष्ट्रीय विकास की एक महत्वपूर्ण धारा के रूप में देखा गया है। खेलो इंडिया जैसी पहलों ने देश में स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को नई ऊर्जा दी है। देश भर में स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत किया जा रहा है। इस वेबिनार में आप सभी कुछ सवालों पर जरूर मंथन करें, जैसे छोटी छोटी जगहों से भी प्रतिभाओं की पहचान को और सटीक कैसे किया जाए, हजारों खिलाड़ियों को स्ट्रक्चर्ड फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट में सुधार कैसे हो, और तीसरी अहम बात, हमारी स्पोर्ट्स बॉडीज को और ज्यादा प्रोफेशनल कैसे बनाया जाए। अगले कुछ वर्षों में देश में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स होने जा रहे हैं। देश ओलंपिक आयोजन के प्रयास में जुटा है। ऐसे में हमें आज कम आयु के खिलाड़ियों को पहचान कर उन्हें तराशना होगा, तभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं में भारत का परचम लहरा पाएगा। साथियों, टूरिज्म और कल्चर रोजगार के नए अवसर बढ़ाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। जब किसी स्थान पर टूरिज्म बढ़ता है तो उस स्थान या उस शहर की ब्रांडिंग भी बढ़ जाती है। इससे उस शहर का ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट भी बहुत तेज हो जाता है। भारत में ऐसे ऐतिहासिक स्थलों की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन लंबे समय तक टूरिज्म कुछ चुनिंदा स्थानों तक ही सीमित रह गया। अब हमें देश के कोने कोने में टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन को नए सिरे से डेवलप करने पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आप सभी इस वेबिनार में भारत के टूरिज्म इकोसिस्टम को मजबूत करने के लिए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच पर जरूर चर्चा करें। ट्रेन गाइड्स, हॉस्पिटैलिटी स्किल्स, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन, स्वच्छता, टूरिज्म और इनसे जुड़े विषयों पर आपके सुझाव बहुत अहम होंगे। साथियों, जब इंस्टीट्यूशंस, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया मिलकर काम करते हैं तो परिवर्तन की गति तेज हो जाती है। बजट के बाद वेबिनार की जो ये सीरीज हुई है, मुझे विश्वास है उससे आने वाले समय के लिए ठोस दिशा मिलेगी। ऐसे ही प्रयासों से विकसित भारत की नींव और मजबूत होगी। और साथियों, ये बड़ा सुखद अनुभव है कि वेबिनार की परंपरा के कारण पोस्ट बजट और खास करके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर मुझे जो बताया गया कि इस वर्ष लाखों की तादाद में लोग जो इन विषयों से जुड़े हुए हैं, एक्सपर्ट भी हैं, उसके लाभार्थी भी हैं, उसकी व्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं, यानी एक प्रकार से जो लोग ड्राइविंग फोर्स हैं, वे सभी लोग बड़ी सक्रियता के साथ वेबिनार में जुड़े। हमारे अफसर मुझे बता रहे थे कि बहुत उत्तम सुझाव आ रहे हैं, बहुत प्रैक्टिकल सुझाव आ रहे हैं। यानी एक प्रकार से समस्याओं का समाधान ही नहीं, नई ऊर्जा, नई गति के साथ आगे बढ़ने का हौसला भी देखने को मिलता है। मैं कहता हूं कि वेबिनार का बहुत ही सुखद अनुभव है। इसमें हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी वेबिनार में जिन जिन लोगों ने हिस्सा लिया है, सब अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं, धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Good morning, everyone. I think welcome to this breakout session on core telescopic infrastructure facility. So today's breakout session will be moderated by Professor Annapurni, Director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and we have very distinguished panelists in our panel. We have Professor Shankar Subramaniam, Professor Jairam Changalur, Dr. Ram Prakash, Mr. Raghavendra, and also Professor Ajit Tembhavi. As you know that in this budget, Honorable Finance Minister in her speech announced that two major infrastructure facilities will be set up, that is National Large Optical Telescope and National Large Solar Telescope. Apart from that, the existing telescope at Henley will be upgraded, and the fourth facility that will be set up is a Cosmos 2 planetarium. We already have a Cosmos 1 planetarium under construction in the city of Mysore, and hopefully that will become operational in a few months' time. So this will be the second such planetarium that will come up. National Large Optical Telescope and National Large Solar Telescope, NLST and NLOT, will be in Ladakh regions, and where we already have a telescope at Henley, as all of you know. So that has been about a 25-year-old, and that facility will also get upgraded as a part of the this budget announcement. Today's panel discussion, we are looking forward to your valuable inputs and suggestions towards formulating the entire scheme. We are at a stage where we will get an approval from the Expenditure Finance Committee, and then it will go to the Cabinet, subsequently Cabinet for approval, because the total cost of the project, is more than 1,000 crores. It will be in the range of 3,500 crores, all the four put together. So we will need a cabinet approval, and while preparing, therefore, these documents for cabinet approval, your inputs and suggestions will be most welcome. So thank you once again for joining. Now I request Professor Annapurni to take over this session. She will be moderating the panel discussions. We will have first the views of the panelists, and then we have identified two others as interveners, so they can intervene. Since the time is limited, we cannot give this opportunity to all of you to speak, but you are most welcome to send your suggestions and inputs through email to Professor Annapurni or to DSP Dr. Praveen Somasundaram. We will be happy to consider those inputs while preparing the cabinet note subsequently. Thank you, and over to Arnab.
Good morning, everyone. We're starting this session on breakout session.
So I hope everyone is able to hear, or can someone confirm?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is regarding the let me start with the para which was there in the budget announcement of 26-27. So this is the para which we heard in the budget announcement by Honorable to promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. These are the National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 planetarium. This the objective of this particular para is to the aim is to create 4 state-of-the-art astronomy and astrophysics infrastructure in one of the best sites for astronomy, to boost the research and public outreach infrastructure, and thereby launching as well as developing the nation towards self-reliance in the deep space and allied sectors. So this is the objective of the para. Going to the next slide. So the 4 facilities which are announced in the budget are, I'm just giving you a little more details, and the pictures shown here are representative pictures except for the 2-meter HCT picture which is already there. The first one is a National Large Solar Telescope, which is also called as NLST to be in short. This will be a 2-meter class telescope to study the sun, and the location of this telescope is in Meerut, Ladakh. This you can see as a representative picture on the left side of the panel shown here. The site is already identified and the characterization has been going on for a very long time. The next one is the National Large Optical Telescope, in short called NLOT. This is a 13.7 meter telescope, and this is going to be located in Hanle in Ladakh, and the representative picture is shown on top, the second one from left. The third one is the upgraded Himalayan Chandra Telescope, in short the UHCT. The HCT picture is shown on top. That's the third one, which is already existing and has been operational since 2000. So it has completed 25 years of operation. The upgraded UHCT will be a 3.7 meter telescope, and this will also be in the same place, Hanle, Ladakh. The fourth one is the Cosmos 2 planetarium, which is a 15 meter LED dome planetarium. This is for effective science communication and also to project the data and perform real-time data analysis, and also to show the real archival data, not only from these telescopes, from the other space and other facilities we have in the country. This will be constructed in Andhra Pradesh. So these are the 4 facilities which are announced in the budget. Now moving on to the next details of the individual facilities. This is the first one, which is the NLST. This stands for the Next Generation Window to Study the Sun. The timeline for completing this project will be 5 years. In this slide, though it is busy, I'm just highlighting the key science drivers, which will be the high resolution solar physics, basically to study the magnetic field dynamics, the chromospheric heating, the height diagnostics on the surface of the sun. So there would be multiple back-end instruments which will actually be getting the data which are suitable to perform all these science analysis. So these the high level science questions which will be addressed will be related to magnetic fields, chromospheric heating, and the multi-high diagnostics of the solar atmosphere. This is strategically important because this will be looking at the sun and in the eastern hemisphere, and also it will be a counterpart to the Aditya L1 mission, which is already out there, and we are already looking at the coronal mass ejections from the sun, which are coming on the Aditya L1 mission. This particular facility will image the sun and the solar disk, looking at the sunspots and magnetic fields. So it will be complementary to the Aditya L1 mission, which is already giving us data. It is also strategically located in the eastern hemisphere, so this will cover 24/7 the global solar surveillance with this facility. The technical features of NLST include a 2-meter class primary mirror with a Gregorian design located at Merak, Ladakh. This is on the banks of a lake to make sure that we have cool breeze passing over the optics so that the heating is reduced, and it also improved to provide extremely stable atmosphere. The site has been characterized for the last 15 years or so. We know the conditions pretty well. And it will also have the adaptive optic systems to produce extremely high resolution images and cutting edge back-end instruments to get suitable data to perform the science analysis. Moving on to the next project, which will be the National Large Optical Telescope. This will be India's big eye to the universe. So the project goal is to establish the first large-scale segmented mirror telescope in the country, because if you want to go from existing 3.6 meter class to a very large telescope, the approach is not to build a very big single glass primary mirror, which is not possible. So this will actually a disruptive way of looking at it. You actually have to make this the segments or the mirrors into smaller pieces and then make them align and actually act like a single mirror. So this is a very different technology, and this is called the segmented mirror technology. This will be used here. So the figure shows here 90 segment primary mirror, and this will be segments of 1.4 meter size individually. And the whole aperture will be, once built, will be of 13.7 meter. So this will be 90 segments acting like a single 13.7 meter. Now this is technically highly complex, and we need to build national capacity in the astronomical instrumentation as well as technology to actually not only make it but also integrate it and align it so that we get the full effect of the 13.7 meter. So this is a specialized and highly technically complex design and complex attempt as well. The project is designed, duration is 13 years, and the first light is expected in 2038. So this will strengthen India's leadership in large telescope technology. And as you know, many consortium in the country are going towards this kind of a technology. And in the future, this is the technology in which you build larger telescopes. This is extremely important to do. And it enables cutting-edge astrophysical research, because the similarly back-end instruments which are capable of getting the images, sharp images, which will help in performing research which are at the front line, and drives industry participation, because this requires precision engineering in optics, cryogenics, control system, etc. And this can be built only by a very effective and healthy academia industry collaboration. This also builds on the expertise India has gained in the participation in the 30-meter telescope project as well. Several industries have been working in the TNT consortium, and we are already participating. And this application developed in this will also be applicable to the space sector and other medical and defense fields, etc. The location of this telescope will be in Hanle, and this is known to be a high altitude desert, extremely good for nighttime astronomical observations with very less water participation, water precipitation. This would be very ideal for the near infrared and infrared wavelengths, where you will get much more visibility than any other site. We should also note that this site is hardly affected by the monsoons. So the observatory out there operates throughout the year, and therefore we will have largest number of nights available for observations using these facilities. Moving on to the third one, which will be the upgraded Himalayan Chandra telescope. This is this acts like not only as an upgrade to the existing telescope, but also the National Pathfinder for the large NLOT. This upgraded version will be like a size of 3.7 meter. It will have 7 segments, and as you can see in the figure, this science drivers would include spectroscopic surveys, Milky Way, the stellar population, and also follow up on the sources which are detected by the LIGO collaborations as well as other triggers. So this will immediately be responding to the time domain astronomy as well as new findings. So India will be geared up for that as well. It is important that when you are venturing into a 90-segment large optical telescope, you need to have Pathfinder, because it's not only about developing technology in making the components, it's also understanding how to integrate these components into a usable and productive telescope. So this 3.7 meter will be a Pathfinder in that direction. And it will provide real-time data on quality of this performance of these components of the time, so that we will be able to build and on this particular knowledge as well. So the technical features of the upgraded HCT will include a 3.7 meter, 1.4 meter size mirrors, and this will be located again in IAO, the Indian Astronomical Observatory and Hanley. And the field of view will be 30 arc minutes, so that we'll have a larger field of view to cover the sky. Wavelength coverage will consist from UV to optical to near infrared as well. It'll be an on-task system, and there will be platform designed to put the multi-object spectrograph and other back-end instruments as well. The other picture which you see on the figure above the segmented mirror is the India TMC the segment partitioning facility located in Pune. This is where we have already demonstrated how to make for this, they fabricate these segments, and we also collaborating with industries to make the support systems as well as the fabrics, mirrors, etc. So all these are prototyped in the industry, and as part of the 30-meter telescope, we're working with about 70 companies, and the industries are, most of them are qualified to produce the individual components. So readiness is also already demonstrated. The timeline for this upgraded situation. Moving to the fourth project, this is the Cosmos 2 planetarium. The figure shown here, the actual it's representative. The first one is the actual plan for the Cosmos 1 planetarium, and below you can see the Cosmos 1 is getting ready for inauguration. This will be the similar planetarium which will have the LED dome, the dome consisting of LED. So it's not like a projector-based planetarium; it will be a LED-based dome, and expect to have 150 seating capacity. And this will bring immersive astronomy experience as well as real-time and archival data analysis to be shown in the dome as well. This will be helpful in STEM training as a STEM training hub for students across Andhra Pradesh as well as South India. We also have an astronomy museum highlighting the discovery of helium, which actually took place in Machilipatnam and Guntur in 1868. So this will expand the public outreach in the region as well. The Cosmos 1 planetarium is being established in Mysuru, and that is the first LED dome planetarium in India. It is nearing completion, and Cosmos 2 will have an expected timeline of 3 years to build. So I've already described you all the 4 the projects, and so now we have set the tone for the session as well. So the breakout session. So we have distinguished panel members here. So these, Dr. Shankar Subramanian will be speaking on the Large Solar Telescope. It's actually standing in the international scenario and science from it, etc. Then followed by Jairam Chandalur, who will be speaking on the synergy with other facilities and how we build it in the country as such. Following that, Professor Ram Prakash will speak on the capacity which we have already built in the country as part of the India TMG program. And then we'll have Mr. B.M. Raghavendra from L&T. He'll be speaking to you from the industry perspective, because they have been working on the India TMG project as well. So from their perspective, they'll be presenting their participation in not only in this thing, but also in the entire, in the country, other science forums and building, etc., which they are contributing. Then we have Ajit Khembari, who will be speaking to us about the capacity building, etc., and the AI ML, which actually can be used in the large projects like this, as well as how the plant area can be effectively used for science communication. So we will move on to the next session of the talks by the panelists.
Good morning, everybody. So I will cover about the National Large Solar. While the slide is coming up, let me first of all thank the Government of India on behalf of the solar and heliophysics community of the country for providing a good opportunity for us to take it forward to the next level of realization of this particular project. So I will start from where Professor Anupam has left on the direction of the discovery of the helium in the solar chromosphere. That's where the solar physics in India has started. The discovery of the helium provided a lot of impetus to the community to look at the chromosphere as one of the important element from the sun, and also to understand the solar physics significantly. Following on that, there is plenty of research went on with the chromosphere. For example, the chromospheric flat spectra have been studied in multiple solar eclipses, and the red prominences were identified, which basically nothing but the H-alpha images of the sun in the chromosphere. Based on that, the major facility set up at that time was the Kodaikanal Solar Observatory, and that had started providing high spectral resolution spectrograph, and that has provided an interesting discovery of the Evershed effect. This is an effect of the plasma flows in the anomalous regions of the sun, which is still a kind of a mystery to sort it out the reason for how the Evershed effect is going through. A lot of theoretical aspects have been put forward to explain these Evershed effects. You can see those early images taken from these two observations, the chromospheric fast spectra as well as the Evershed flow in the two images. And Kodaikanal Observatory started providing a few more important discoveries, observations. Say, for example, the discovery of oxygen emission lines in the chromosphere, first time without even going for an eclipse. So that's because of a good clear sky in the Kodaikanal that was enabled them to see out of the limb observations. Then the central limb variations of the hydrogen lines, which provides you the height-dependent variations of these hydrogen, and the detailed study of these properties of the dark markings on the sun, which are the sunspots and the filaments seen in the H-alpha images. Moving forward to the next slide. Okay. The solar optical facility, the first facility was a big facility was set up during the first 5-year plan after India's independence, which is the solar tower telescopes during the 1960s. It started commissioning. It provided a high dispersion spectrograph as well as the magnetograph. And as we know, the magnetic field as well as the plasma is an important element for observations. And apart from that, Kodaikanal Observatory continued to do this full disk images in white light, calcium K, and H-alpha. Currently, we have more than 100 years of data, full disk data available, which is available publicly for anybody to look at the data, and plenty of research on the solar cycle variations are being studied with that. There are two other facilities in the country, which is one is in Udaipur Solar Observatory and in Aries. They also carry out some of their solar physics observations. So the biggest solar telescopes currently in the country is the 50 centimeter multi-application solar telescope, which was commissioned in 2015 at the Udaipur Solar Observatory. And along with that, India also participates in the GONG projects, which is a global oscillation network group, which covers multiple stations across the globe to track the sun continuously without a day or night. So that will provide a lot of interesting information about the helioseismic observations of the sun. And Aries have been doing observations in the H-alpha, especially covering the solar flare observations from their 15 centimeter telescopes. And moving on to the next slide, we talk about how the country fares well with the international scenario. And what you see here is a kind of a 1 meter class telescope which was built around in the early stage of 21st century, starting from the Good Solar Telescope, which is in the New Jersey Institute of Technology, USA, which is a 1.6 meter class telescopes. And then the Grigor Solar Telescopes, which is in Germany, which is a 1.5 meter telescopes commissioned in 2012. And the new vacuum solar telescopes in China, which is about 1 meter commissioned in 2014. And currently the biggest telescope, which is operational, commissioned in 2022, is a 4 meter class DKITS, the Daniel K. Inouye Solar Telescope, operating in Hawaii, USA. So NLST will provide a longitudinal gap to covering the sun continuously. That is provided in the next slide. Yeah, so this gives you a longitudinal coverage, as Professor Annapurni pointed out, that we will start to see the sun early in the morning in the eastern side, and then continuously covering with the large telescopes from both from the Europe and USA continent. And if you go to the next slide, that provides us the information about what is NLST. And so this is a very brief summary of what is going to be an NLST. NLST will be a 2 meter class state-of-the-art telescopes, which will be the biggest in the Asian region, providing very high spatial resolution images of the sun to resolve the sun with a suboxygen level of the order of few tens of kilometers in size, with a large collecting area. Why 2 meter has many reasons. The main is the scientific objective to cover the smallest spatial scale, which can be resolved by the 2 meter telescope, which also addresses many of the fundamental physics in the magnetic and plasma interactions. And 2 meter also the tested technology is available, so it can be easily fabricated in a faster time scales, and it's also a cost-effective solution for it. And what you see here in the two images are H-alpha images taken from the Merak site, where the NLST is going to be placed. And you can clearly see that it provides a lot of flare observations from the H-alpha images, which is depicted in the leftmost image in the bottom image. We go to the next slide. You would see the kind of science goals which it can do, and also the synergy with the Aditya L1 mission. As I said, that studying the magnetic and plasma diagnostics at suboxygen level, which is of the order of few tens of kilometers, it's an important element which will solve many of the magnetoconvective phenomenon which happens in the active regions, and which also has a heating of the solar atmosphere, including the irradiance variations, which is expected to come from the small scale regions of the plages, and atmospheric waves and oscillations. So it would provide a good ground-based support to space weather studies. What the images shown in the bottom is the coronagraph image taken from the VLC on board Aditya, which shows the quiet coronal regions. And also you see flare observations from the suit image as a movie, which shows a large-scale variations in the sun, whereas on the leftmost image, which shows the H-alpha images taken with the ground-based high-resolution images, which provides you a very fine-scale structures during a flaring region. So while Aditya covers a large-scale structures, the ground-based NLST will cover the small-scale structures, giving a good synergy between the two missions. And following on to the next slide, it would cover the salient feature, which is already covered by Professor Annapurni. I will just basically mention that this will be an on-axis telescopes to cover a good polarimetric accuracies to give you a very good accurate magnetic field measurements. And this will be a fully automatic, located at a high altitude site, gives you a good site coverage, as well as you can go to the infrared observations, which will give you a very high magnetic sensitivity, because we know that the Zeeman effect increases as a function of lambda squared. And we will also have a backend instruments sitting on a large rotating platform, because it's an ultra smooth system, the sky rotation is compensated by this rotating platform, and hence there won't be any spectral, any loss in the spatial resolution due to the spectroscopic observation. And in the longer run, this will also include a multi-conjugate adaptive optics to cover a larger field of view observations from the sun. The backend instruments for the first light images provided are the broadband images, narrowband images, as well as a spectrograph. What the committee or the panel would recommend is to include some of the high fast cameras into the system, which can provide additional advantage of doing phase diversity, high phase diversity, speckle imaging, as well as inclusion of multi-slit spectrograph will provide us a faster cadence of observations from these telescopes. Moving on to the next slide, which will provide you a glimpse of what are the participating institutes. The nodal institute would be IEA, and they have already talked to many of the national partners, which is listed here. And in fact, the Physical Research Laboratory has already given the go-ahead for one of the backend instruments for the NLST. And there are also some couple of discussions happened a long time back with the international partner. There were certain interest which is gathered from them. Now we may have to go back and talk to them. One of the recommendation would be to these activities can be initiated because these are related to the backend instruments, and hence the one can kickstart early by discussing with the stakeholders, so that the backend instrument would be ready when the actual front-end telescopes are getting realized in the time frame of 5 years. And finally, I will summarize in the next slide what I have presented in this. The NLST will pave way for the Indian solar and heliophysics community with high spatial resolution data, while space gives you large-scale structures, large-scale dynamics of the sun. This would enable the front-end research, and new and novel backend instruments would provide unprecedented data for the new science. And with Aditya L1, which is expected to be in space for the next 10 to 15 years, NLST will provide a good synergy doing it from the ground. So wishing the team to complete the project in time by early actions and discussions with the stakeholders, which all enable the backend instruments to be ready when the telescope becomes ready. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Shankar, for a comprehensive presentation of the NLST and also the requirements for the cutting-edge backend instrument to make sure that the science outcomes are of international quality as well. Now we move on to the next panelist, Professor Jairam Changlur, Director TFR. He will be talking to us about various aspects of astronomy made in the country, as well as how we stand in the international scenes, as well as synergy in multi-wavelength scene. So over to you, Jairam.
Yeah, thank you, Anupurni. What I'd like to start with is by giving a little bit of a broad background regarding the creation of astronomy facilities in India over the last several decades, which provides synergy of different kinds to this exciting new NLO2 project. So India has a very strong tradition designing and developing world-class telescopes. At the IFR, this includes the UTI radio telescope, as well as the Giant Meter Wave Radio Telescope, along with its recently completed upgrade. These are large facilities, completely indigenously built, all the way from design to construction and operation. And based on the strong track record, India is also a significant partner in the construction of the next generation international telescope, this Square Kilometer Array Telescope. An academia industry partnership in India is taking the lead in developing both hardware and software systems for this advanced telescope. In addition, if we could go to the next slide, please.
Yes.
In addition, the IFR, IUCA, IIA, and others have developed India's first dedicated astronomy satellite, AstroSat. This multi-wavelength satellite included X-ray and UV instruments. There was also the important Aditya L1 space mission to study the sun, about which we just heard from Dr. Shankar Subramaniam, as well as the upcoming LIGO gravitational telescope. At Hanle, there's another very large telescope designed and built by BARC. This is the Gamma Ray Telescope, the MACE telescope, which is the largest gamma ray telescope in Asia. TIFR also has a long legacy of building cutting-edge infrared instruments for ground-based telescopes. The one which you are seeing on the screen is an existing instrument, which I think is on the 3.6-meter telescope at Devastal. But new instruments are being made in the lab even as we speak, and these basically will also serve as pathfinders to the NLOT instruments. So if you could go to the next slide, the NLOT is a major new addition to this constellation, and it will fulfill a long-felt need in the country for a sensitive radio optical telescope for the Indian astronomy community. And there are a number of very important science topics that it would address, but what I would like to highlight is that it will also be a much-needed complement to the existing Indian facilities, as well as the facilities in which India is a partner. In astronomy, it's important to observe an object in different wavelengths, such as the ultraviolet, the optical, the radio, and so on, in order to get a full understanding of the phenomena that we are looking at. This is particularly true, for example, in understanding the evolution of the high redshift galaxy population, which is a topic in which there are a number of very active groups in India. Similarly, it's important to look for the optical counterparts of sources found at other wavelengths, such as gamma rays or X-rays, or using other messengers such as gravitational waves. For such sources, the optical telescope is very important because it helps you identify the host galaxy, which then in turn enables one to correctly understand the astrophysical phenomena and the astrophysical consequences of the multi-messenger data that you have gathered. And a particularly important region over here, or a particularly important class of sources over here, are transient sources, which Professor Annapurni also mentioned in her talk, and which we are hoping we will get into the game even with the upgraded HCT. If you could go to the next slide, please. There's another synergy that I would like to highlight. For the NLOT, we will also be able to draw on the expertise that we have already built in constructing large facilities in the country. For example, the software that's already being developed for control, monitoring, data cycle management, and so on, will be of relevance to the NLOT. The experience that we have gained in managing large world-class facilities will also translate to the NLOT. And the community has gained, particularly over the last few years, a lot of experience in successfully managing academia-industry partnerships for very large experimental projects. This includes work on the TMT telescope, about which Professor Ram will speak next. And all of this will also be a big help when developing and constructing the NLOT. And in this context, I think it's difficult to overemphasize the importance of having a pathfinder telescope to the NLOT, because this allows both for a continuity of effort and also for a more easy translation of the learnings and experiences that we have already gained in these other projects to the NLOT. So in summary, I think this is a very exciting opportunity, and as a community, we are all looking forward to taking it to the next stages. Thank you.
For pointing out the synergy in other wavelengths as well as recommendations on how we move on with getting systems across and integrating and taking that onto the other example. Next, we move on to Mr. Ram Prakash, who will be talking to us about the readiness in making these systems in the country.
So, thank you, Annapurni, for moderating this session. And I also want to say that it's my privilege to be a part of this panel for this really important venture which the country is moving forward with. Let me start with quoting words from Aryabhatiya, the Gaulapatha section of Aryabhatiya, the 9th verse, which says, I wouldn't read the Sanskrit verse, but it says, for someone who is sitting on a boat which is moving down the stream, the stationary objects on the banks would look as if they are moving back. And in a similar way, the stationary stars in the sky appears to be moving westwards for those people who are in Lanka. Lanka basically because it's on the equator. They realize that it's on the equator. So this cartoon here depicts Aryabhata's understanding that the Earth is rotating about its axis. The axis of the Earth has an inclination, and he also figured out the reasons for the eclipses that would happen, basically because of the shadows of Earth and Moon, and so on and so forth. And it was not just qualitative understanding, he also did precise calculations, which estimated the duration of the sidereal day, the inclination of the orbit, the axis of the Earth, and so on and so forth. All this happened way before 1,000 years, approximately 1,000 years before we started using telescopes for understanding the cosmos. Cut to the modern days, telescopes have become our vehicles for navigating the extensive universe, the vast universe we live in, without ever leaving the home Earth. We study the entire universe by observing what happens, the phenomena which happen in the universe with this exquisite equipment. So we keep making bigger and bigger telescopes because those telescopes allow us to go fainter, farther, finer, and faster. Fainter because bigger telescopes collect more light and therefore allow us to look at fainter objects which our eyes cannot normally see. They also allow us to look at celestial objects which exist and phenomena which occur at the very edges of the universe. They allow us to go much farther than what a human eye could otherwise do. They allow us to zoom in and see finer details at a level, again, human eyes cannot do. And telescopes happen to be very expensive equipment. They are among the most expensive equipment human beings have ever been built. Modern 30-meter class telescopes would cost $4 billion to build. I don't know if there is any scientific equipment which is that expensive and that complex, which they are not very common. So when we build these facilities, we have to make use of them very efficiently. And the motto is no photon shall be left behind. We should collect every photon which arrives and keep observing. And therefore, these bigger telescopes also make sure that they operate very fast. They go fainter, farther, and finer, actually as fast as possible. Now, why do we do this? These queries, these explorations allow us to seek answers to some of the most fundamental questions we can ask, such as, for example, how and when did the universe come into being? Can we ask a more fundamental question? How did the galaxies take birth and evolve into what we see today? What is the large-scale structure of the universe we live in? Is there stuff we can't see? If so, how much? And we believe today that 95% of the stuff in this universe is something called dark matter or energy. What is it really? We don't have answers to that. How do massive black holes form and evolve? Is there life anywhere else in the universe? These are the most fundamental questions which most of them have muddled thinkers right from when human beings have started thinking. So how do telescopes help trying to find these answers, and how do bigger telescopes help? I illustrate that in this slide, where on the left side I've shown an image of a star which is blocked out with the whitish circle, as if it's observed with the currently existing largest telescope, the Gemini 8-meter class telescope. And in the yellow circle is a planet moving around that star. So you block the light out of the star by and look at the nearby region, control the scatter to 1/1000th of the starlight, and you start seeing planets around that star. But the whole point is, if you look at the bottom scale, that line, horizontal line, is 5 astronomical units. That is 5 times the size of the orbit of Earth around the sun. So if you want to look for Earth-like planets going around sun-like stars, this is not going to help because the diameter of the star itself is more than 5 times the Sun-Earth distance. So you won't see anything which is going on that close to the sun. On the other hand, if you move to the right side, if you look at the same object with the 30-meter telescope, the size of the star becomes much smaller now, much sharper, and therefore that white block, which is blocked out now, which is much smaller, will allow us to see planets which are much closer to the star, like probably Earth-like stars, talking planets in the habitable zones of sun-like stars. Similarly, if you look towards the center of the galaxy we live in, Milky Way, on the left side, the James Webb Space Telescope, looking towards the galaxy center, will show these stars are blurred batches of light. On the right side is a simulation which shows what that same region would look like if you look at it with the 30-meter telescope. You know how fine the stars have collapsed and how exquisite details you are beginning to see towards the central Milky Way black hole. So these advantages of making bigger telescopes have always been recognized from the very beginning in India. India had built a 2.3-meter diameter telescope in the 1980s under the leadership of Professor Vainu Bapu. This might look like a small telescope in modern times, but it was one of the top 10 largest telescopes in the world when it was commissioned at that time. But we subsequently lost that momentum. We could not, for various reasons, we could not sustain that early gains we made in the building of these facilities. Some attempts were made to build a larger telescope later, but they did not, for various reasons, did not see the light of the night, so to speak. But we didn't give up. The world evolved to make 4 to 5 meter class telescopes and 8 to 10 meter class telescopes in the meanwhile. So we were left behind at that time. But can we give up? No. Around early 2000, the first decade of 2000s, a rejuvenated effort to was started to make a large telescope in India. We did not have many technologies required to build such a large telescope, and developing those technologies from scratch would have taken decades for us to get there. And in the meantime, the world had moved on from the 8-meter, 10-meter class telescopes to 25, 40-meter class. And then we would have always been in this game of trying to catch up but keep falling behind. And that is never going to end at that point. So we had to have a different strategy. The strategy was, if you can't beat them, join them. Let's be part of the biggest. Let's be part of the best. And that's how in 2014, India joined institutions in Canada, Japan, and the US, and also China at that time, to build a 30-meter class telescope in the National Observatory. And the main aim was to acquire the right technologies, prepare our communities to make use of those facilities when they come out, and eventually build our own facility. And that was the intention when we joined the 30-meter class telescope at that time. Now, when we try to make these big telescopes, there are many technological challenges. The most important one is how to make that big glass, which is like 8, 10, 30 meters in diameter. Not a single piece of glass can be made to that kind of size, with that kind of polished precision, because there are technical limitations. They would distort under their own weight. They are difficult to transport. These are fragile pieces of glass. They cannot be transported easily. And big glasses become more difficult to transport. So the only solution is to have these large telescope optics to be made of smaller segments aligned with high precision to perform like a single piece of glass. Here is an illustration of such a telescope. It is the primary mirror of the Keck telescope, which is among the largest existing telescope in the world, optical telescope in the world. It became operational in the 1990s. You can see the primary mirror circled here. It's about 10 meters in diameter, made of 36 segments. Each segment is about 1.5 meters corner to corner. So each of this was a new technology developed precisely for building this telescope at that time. And each of those segments were handmade, one at a time, piece by piece. Now the world is moving on to make the next generation facility, which is the 30-meter diameter telescope. And you can see the mirror illustrated here. These are also made by segments of 1.4 meters corner to corner, but now we need almost 500 segments. So if we can create or we can produce, hand produce 10 segments a year, it will take 50 years to make 500 segments. So it's not probably going to work out. So now we have to develop the technology where originally handcrafted 36 mirrors of the Keck telescope has to be produced. So it's kind of like making Rolls Royces in a Maruti factory. No, they cannot be made hand by hand, one by one. They have to be mass produced in a supply line. So when India joined 30-meter telescope, we decided our contribution has to revolve around the heart of the telescope, the primary mirror, and its support structure. That is the main element of the telescope, which defines how the instrument works. Here is a zoomed up view of one of the segments, 500 segments of the telescope, looking from behind. We make all the sensors which sense any kind of misalignment between these 5 segments. We make all the actuators which correct the alignment of these telescopes. We make the entire mechanical structure which support the segments, and the electronics which take the signals from the sensors and connect back to the actuators and make sure that the entire 500 segment assembly act like a single piece of glass. That's the technology we are working on.
Ram, you have 2 more slides to go.
And here is a photo of the optics fabrication facility, which Annapurni mentioned in the beginning, where stacks of these mirror roundels are kept. And here is an image of the first mirror that has been polished in that facility, meeting the specification, and a proud set of people, the whole team around the mirrors, the segment support assemblies, the actuators, the edge sensors, etc., etc. So all in all, I could say that with tremendous amount of industrial participation, all these elements were made by many industries working on many years to get where we are today. And we have also put together a set of highly trained, skilled, and motivated team. There are technical challenges that remain, but they can be tackled. I won't go to through the list of them, but all in all, we are in an unusually advanced level of preparedness. We have to tackle many more challenges, but we are in an additional level preparedness for making our own facilities deliver our own targets. So how do we move forward? The budget had announced 4 major facilities. Each of them need careful planning and execution. We should focus on an outcome that should be sustainable capacity building in high-tech domains, spurred by astronomy and astrophysics. Astronomy and astrophysics is the driver. And as the budget indicated, enable space exploration. So the technology capability building within industries and R&D labs are important to design, develop, and deliver these facilities. And we need dedicated project staff exclusively responsible for these spaces. We need to build an entire ecosystem to prepare the community to make out of this world discoveries. If we want to make these facilities, we also need to make sure that we use them to discover new things about the universe we live in. And that's an area which very often we neglect. I think that's an important area we should pay attention to when we are building these facilities. We need to develop the workforce, enable access to existing 8-meter class facilities. No community in the world jumps right to 30-meter class facilities. We need access to intermediate class facilities, which would allow us to prepare the community to make use of the facility as when they come. The 3.7-meter telescope will be an ideal ground to prepare our people. We also need to establish a program where people are trained to build science instruments for 4-meter and 8-meter class telescopes. Those will be the places where we get trained before we start investing in 100 crore, 200 crore worth of instruments or 13.7 meter class facilities. We need to coordinate with all other agencies. We also need to realize that it's a golden era for astronomy and space physics. It's a whole community effort. We have people working in traditional A&A institutions, but more astronomers exist now in IITs, NITs, ICES, NICER. We need to bring them all into the fold to make sure that these facilities come up in time and we have the right resources. So let us not be found wise and very foolish by ignoring the fact that we need to build an ecosystem if we have to really maximize the. So are we ready? In summary, it's an emphatic yes. I think we are readier than ever. Can we do it? I think it's another emphatic yes. Together we can. The budget provides for provisions which are unprecedented opportunities that we can usually only dream of. So let us bridge the gender, generation, and geographical gaps to make sure that that dream comes true. So here, let me stop by just quoting another verse, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. Let's illuminate the darkness of ignorance with the light of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramprakash, for covering all the aspects of science as well as technical aspects of building a large telescope. Thank you. We move on to the next panelist, Mr. B.M. Raghavendra from the Glasgow Tutor. He heads the vertical reality. So we'll have a discussion from the industry point of view, how we are ready to build components for the large telescope. Take a country.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, good afternoon. I think we are just in the middle of the noon. So, very quickly, I'll take you all through the role of industry in nation building, building Atmanirbharta, participation in key strategic programs of the country, our experience in building 30-meter telescope, how we navigated complexity and challenges, building resilience through strategic planning, and a couple of recommendations. So we have been the builders of the nation. If you look at the various programs that we are in, building iconic structures like the Statue of Unity or the Baha'i Temple, or building gateways for transportation like the 88-meter rail bridge or the Mumbai International Airport, or building mega structures like the Wankhede Stadium or the Medigada Barrage. We have been there in building almost every aspect of the nation when the nation called for it. So a couple of marquee projects that I would like to showcase is the world's tallest statue, which is a 182-meter statue built over just 33 months, or the world's largest AI-based crowd management system, which was implemented during the Kumbh Mela, or building the world's largest vacuum vessel for the fusion reactor in southern France, or world's largest heated insulated crude oil pipeline, spreading over almost 700 kilometers. We have also been part of nation's strategic sectors like the defense, nuclear, and the aerospace. We have built the wings for the fighter aircraft LCA Tejas, or provided guns like the track gun Vajra, or building the complete nuclear power plant, or when the space opened up, building a complete PSLV for the space sector. So building self-reliance in this country is always all the nation had, and industry always stepped in. Right from a white revolution, when we had to build industrial scale dairy equipment for Amul, the white revolution, or the industrial revolution where multiple steel plants were to be built in the country, like the one in Baranpur or the Rourkela steel plant, or the next phase in the green revolution, we're building major fertilizer plants like Batinda, Panipat, GSFC, or Bharuch, or the defense opened up for private participation in 2001, and in just 2 decades, we provide complete systems as a solution to the armed forces, matching to the best in the world. Whereas space opened for private participation in 2023, and we are already building the complete PSLV. So Atmanirbharta is something which we have in our blood, and we have always stepped up to this particular need which the nation has called for. So how do we do that? So we have tools and methodologies in a complete systems approach. Right from design, we have connected tools and to integrated approach across various system development. We have gone through the latest digital twins, which improve operations, and also we have improved predictive maintenance. We also deploy augmented reality for critical systems so that we reduce the timeline for manufacturing complex systems. And we also deployed virtual validation in a simulated environment. Wherever things could not be tested on the field, we could test it before it goes to the field. And of course, we have deployed the latest rapid prototyping in reducing the timeline of development. So coming to large programs, program management is the key, which is essential for the development. So if you look at the program management as a complete systems approach, we talk about program management right from safety, technology, value chain management, program flow management, quality management, risk, time management, cost management, and security. So this is a complete encompassing all the aspects of programs so that programs are delivered ahead of time. So we deploy latest tools and systems so that programs are not managed by individuals, but a systemic approach in taking care of all the programs, which brings out various risks involved well in advance, and we can take action so that those risks can be mitigated. So building sustainable models. So if you look at nation's aspirations is an industry's responsibility. So in L&T, we don't look at programs like mega science programs just as contracts, but also things which look at nation building exercise. So our experience in defense, nuclear and aerospace and 30-meter telescope has prepared us for this moment today. So when India aims for the stars, quite literally, in case of large segmented telescopes, I think industry must provide that sturdy ladder to get there. So quickly taking you all through what went through a 30-meter telescope program, which is, of course, my earlier panelists also spoke about. It is the world's second largest telescope with 492 segments to be built. And we were given the opportunity to make the most critical segment support assembly, which actually carried these mirrors, or which are used for aligning the mirrors for making it as a single large mirror. So of course there were critical material like titanium, invar, aluminum alloys, and use ultra high precision manufacturing to get there. So quickly give you a glimpse of the segment support assembly. Each of this 492 segment support assembly has to actually minimize the stress on the mirror. So precision flexures, diaphragms, rods, and restraints accurately integrated along with various sensors which gave a feedback to the system to align the mirror to make it one single mirror. So we really learned what is ultra high precision machining and assembly here. What is the effect of environment when we do the assembly in such critical assembly? This is the team which converted this design into reality, and now we are ready to take up this challenge further for segmented support assemblies or SSS for segmented mirrors. So participating in this kind of a program gave us international visibility, so we could understand what the best in the world has been doing in such programs. Of course, there has been niche skill development. So we looked at precision alignment and vibration control. And now we have leveraged this particular technology also in building satellite tracking systems and different solutions. And ecosystem expansion is one key. Looking at the pipeline of telescopes which are there, so it gives industry that confidence that you can go ahead with retaining that manpower and retaining those kind of resources going further. So some of the challenges in mega science programs that we came across. One is R&D burden. Why I call it burden is because there are, unlike many mega programs, there's a huge amount of volume which justifies an R&D investment. So a lot of design modification and integrations are required to achieve this kind of high precision. So that is why this is an R&D investment which needs to be looked into. Geopolitical sensitivity. When we worked on the 30-meter telescope, of course, funding shifts happened, diplomatic challenges were there. So the program got delayed over a period of time. We also looked into sourcing. there is import dependence on such specific raw materials, and there were minimum order quantity issues because it's a small item, and we had challenges in getting this material in the required quantity. Or single source import systems or sensors which were imported from certain sources also were expensive. So looking at that, when we look at design considerations, we also need to look at how to make design is not a designer's dream, but a convert the manufacturer's nightmare into design for manufacturability to ensure that when you manufacture these systems, you don't encounter those challenges. Of course, we have to also work on the knowledge retention part of it. So for building resilience through strategic planning is one exercise which we definitely need to do. Working on such large programs, contracts should be structured to include appropriate financial provisions and schedule buffers, because we know things get stretched because of the R&D effort involved. Develop contingency plans for extended delays, and also create knowledge management system, not just depending on few people. So we need a systemic approach towards getting this knowledge and retraining people as and when required. And what we expect from the government also is to look at deploying QCBS as a mode of selection rather than just being an L1 supplier. So it's very important that you really have competent people developing such systems. Include industry during the design phase so that design for manufacturability can be institutionalized. And we need to also look at how to redirect talent to alternate high-tech solutions when there is a lag or a delay. So recommendations for mission success. One is we need to look at an integrated project management system, like ISRO, what they do in a mission mode approach, looking at a complete program as a system. And we need to encourage tired supply chain models. Maybe large players can have tired supply chain systems like they do in the defense systems or the aerospace systems today. Establish long-term policy certainty. It is very important that year-on-year funding needs to be coming, budgets needs to be sanctioned for such programs, and there should not be a lag in that. And fourth one, we always spoke about deploying QCBS to secure really partners for going ahead. So truly looking at India's vision to be a global hub for telescope manufacturing, of course, there is a necessity of a world-class infrastructure. Some leverage can happen from various other industries that has been already set up in the area of defense and aerospace. Talent development is a continuous process, and there needs to be an effort in this direction in building this deep expertise. And of course, global partnerships, which is very essential, and in this geopolitical scenario, it becomes a key looking at being a leader, transforming from just being a participant in a program to taking leadership position in global telescope manufacturing. Thank you. So, like said, if you can dream, we can make it happen.
Thank you, Raghvendra, for complex presentation on the industry, but as well as the industry's point of view on getting all these opulent machines as well as into the country for making more telescope in the country. Thank you so much. We move on to the last analyst presentation. Professor Ajit Kevin talked about AI big data in the scenario when we have these telescopes and generating a lot of data. He also looked at the capacity building and public outreach aspects of this in the entirety of this process that well.
Thank you very much, Professor Adipuri, for inviting me to this panel. I believe these are very exciting developments and we should all participate in it wholeheartedly. So my remit is to speak about several diverse things. AI, big data, which obviously are connected, but also talk about capacity building and public outreach. So let me begin with AI. Now, maybe for the I study AI for the 4 telescopes, but 3 telescopes are the criteria. AI is required for these projects at different levels. We see that a very complex project planning is involved. Then having planned and got the approval, we need to begin with the project. It will be project management there, and which starts at a very early stage, actually not at a late stage. Then for the core project, we have the telescopes, and then we have the instruments, which we have to design and which we have to build, and then later on we have to control. Then there are the data management pipelines. So traditionally, I got involved in these stages of the project, but now the way the world is developing and the way people are adopting for managing projects, AI is going to be a very important part of all these aspects. So that having built the telescopes and got them ready, so you have the observatory management, which is very complex because these are going to be very large telescopes. There will be a lot of demand on their time, for which there has to be telescope time allocation. But there will be things like targets of opportunity, for example, which are becoming more and more important now. When you talk of transients, so there are going to be very large telescopes operating like the NSST, which will be looking for transients, detecting literally hundreds of thousands of transients per night. And all the important telescopes in the world will look at the most exciting transients. So you'll have to manage this very well, and one should not spend time on deciding which target to observe and which not. There has to be an AI system which helps you to do that. Then, last but the most important part of it, of course, would be the scientific data analysis, because we have data management pipelines, and then that will produce that will transfer the data from the data collecting systems to the end users. And then there's a question of very large scientific data analysis. This again is going to be very complex, and you need to bring in AI at all levels of the data analysis team. And a very important point to mention here is the need for digital twins. So a digital twin is like a very sophisticated simulation. And when we build complex systems, sometimes we like to simulate how they're going to be performing. But digital twins go beyond the concept of simulations, in the sense that they use data dynamically. They can actually follow the behavior of a system in very great detail in real time. And the twins would be important in designing the telescope, where one can create a complete copy of the telescope, a digital copy of the telescope, and then see how it would behave in different circumstances, which will enable you to adopt the design depending upon the performance of the digital twin. But having got the telescope ready, they took the digital twin, which is operating on the side, and from which we will get warnings about problems which are going to occur, which always do in a complex system like this. So adopting digital twins and in conjunction with the AI is going to be extremely important. So what are the kind of AI tools which we want to use for purposes like this? Now, astronomers in particular, but scientists in general, or technologists, we have over recent years been using deep learning. And we are also now going to explain it earlier. But deep learning has been used mainly for data analysis, for understanding the behavior of systems, and then to see carry out classifications, carry out regression, and so forth. The kind of applications that I've already talked about are quite different from these two applications. So the first is actually carrying out classification, designing a system for it, and having done that, try to understand how the AI is doing the job that you have trained it to do, which leads you to explainable AI. But we have to leave these for a moment and go to the kind of AI which is required for the complex functions which are mentioned in the previous slides. So first of all, you've got agentic AI, which not only carries out a series of tasks, but you could build those tasks into packages, and then you could authorize the AI to actually carry out actions on your behalf. So for example, the AI tool will not only give you a warning about some defect which may be developing in an instrument or a telescope, but which will also shut off the instrument, shut off the telescope, begin the process of analyzing what the problem is, and in fact carry out repairs at a certain level. So agentic AI acts as an agent to the person who is running it and carries out actions on their behalf. Now it is a very fast developing field. On the data side, we have foundation models. Now what these do is that they are like the large language models, except that the foundation models are limited in their function. So as we generate the data from the telescopes, we'll have already foundation models in place, which build a foundation of all the relevant data which is for the telescope, the historical data, and the data which is being collected by other telescopes. And then as our telescopes gather their data, those will be fed into the foundation models, and which will enable you to carry out the data in a truly multi-wavelength and multimodal way. So if I see an interesting source in the sky, using the foundation models, I can not only make predictions about how the source is going to behave, but also look at the source in relation to all the existing and current data, historical and current data, which is available. Now, to do all that, of course, we require human resources and the compute. Compute, of course, is the most recent word for computing facilities. We require very large computing time to carry out many of the AI training that we require. Typically, after training, the system can work very fast. But as we know, the training can be extremely expensive, and which is why you're talking of billions and tens of billions of dollars which are required to train certain models. Then we require very high-level human resources. But coming to that, under the banner of AI challenges. So, so the first one, of course, is that the AI landscape is very rapidly changing. So what is fashionable tonight may not be fashionable tomorrow morning. Now the problem is that we need to take a stock of this changing AI world, but at the same time you need your own robust systems in place. Because when there is a large project, then we have to adopt certain systems and keep those going, because if we keep changing it every day, then we'll never get the project done. So how do we have this mix of the robustness which is required and also dynamic changes which we have to incorporate is going to be a great challenge. Then there's going to be a shortage of trained high quality human resources. I'm just talking from the point of view of AI, but as has already been mentioned in the other talks, this is going to apply to all other aspects of this project. Because as is well known, we have a lot of highly competent engineers in the country who work on AI. But the number of researchers, I mean, this morning I read that the top quality AI researchers in the country is limited to about 300. So that is a ridiculously small number for the kind of aspirations that we have. And so you need to address this matter very urgently. And how do you do that? You have to start early. Most importantly, allocate funds and then develop the expertise. So we know that very large quantities of funds are being allocated at a high level, but the important thing would be to have a pipeline which takes the funds from the high level allocation to the ground level execution. That is going to be extremely important. Then we have to invest in in-house and cloud computing. Now, what if I want to do here is to create a national facility, because these projects that we are talking about themselves are going to be very demanding. But if we could combine them with the other astronomy projects and create a national facility, and in all this, of course, collaboration with the industry is going to be extremely important. Right. So now, if you look at just the data challenge very briefly, I mean, how much data are we going to generate? Then you find that NLST and NLOT, and to a lesser extent, the existing LCT, we generate about 500 terabytes per year of raw data. Now, that may seem like a lot, but it is not by modern standards. But what happens is that even the primary processing of the data and would mean that there are several petabytes of data are added every year. So this requires, I mean, this is not a humongous by any standard. Radio astronomers, for example, would be gathering data at a much higher rate. But nevertheless, it requires a large-scale facility. And also running the foundation models on the side, that will also require a great deal of data space as well as compute. So adequate high-end computing facilities and storage will have to be created, as I already said, as a national astronomical data facility. It will be quite ridiculous to have such facilities in different institutes acting independently. And the most difficult part of that would, of course, be actually having human resources, experts, because they are very expensive, and you can't easily get people who can run these big facilities, and therefore creating national facilities will be the most efficient way of doing these things. Now I come to capacity building. I've already mentioned that capacity building in AI and big data is going to be very important. But if I take a more elevated view of the whole project, go up a little bit in space and look down at it. First of all, for every aspect of the project, I require a large number of scientists and engineers. And development of these resources will have to begin very soon. When we have large astronomy projects, we've always been saying this, but there is a rather new element which is going to make the jobs much easier and much more productive. And that is the fact that there has been a lot of astronomical expansion in the IITs, NITs, and in the ISS. Now you see the number of people who are attending our session are from the IIT and ISS. Over the last several years, they have developed excellent faculty human resources, and the great leverage which these large technology and science institutes have is the access to many different departments. So every IIT has very large departments which are staffed with extremely capable people. Now, an institute like the IIA or IUCA, we mainly have astronomy people. We have engineers, of course, but we don't have engineering faculty. Okay, so that is going to make a very big difference. This had already started, so we are not going to start from scratch. But another very joyful development has been the spread of astronomy in the universities. And for example, there are literally a few hundred people or more using AstroSat data who are in the universities. And this human resource in universities did not exist even 10 years ago. It is a recent development. It's an accelerated development. And during this address this morning, the Honorable Prime Minister said that we should reach the most remote parts of the country in order to find the talent there. And our own experience as astronomers and our own particular experience running various programs for IUCA has been that the further you go, the better are the people that you find. So our best responses have come from the north, east, and the south of the country, a little bit from the west also, and remote parts of the country. We developed the most brilliant astronomers in recent times. Right, so we have to be cognizant of that fact. Then I will end my thing with public outreach. The public outreach is an essential part of astronomical projects. Astronomy, now we have a great advantage, is that there is great public interest in astronomy already. So when we talk of galaxies or black holes, there is instant recognition. The general public believe that they have some relationship with these exotic objects, and they also have heard the words, know the concepts. So now if we spread awareness about the large projects, and then we have to also talk about the benefits which are brought by them for the development, general development in the country. So when we talk about data, when we talk about servers and compute, or we talk about very advanced technology which is there for the telescope, and then that development becomes a part of the entire national grid. So again, to repeat something which we have been saying for a long time, many of the fundamental developments in engineering and technology have been riding on the back of astronomy without the people knowing that, including, for example, CCDs. But the public has to be made aware of this, so that what requires public support for the budget. So when the finance minister announces that there's going to be 4 large projects in astronomy, people should not feel that the government is throwing the money. Okay, it is as great a investment as many other sectors do for the research and development of the country. Then we need a forum for dialogue between scientists and the public, because there have to be a back and forth, and we need to attract students at an early age to science and technology. And we again are aware, when we have our public outreach program, for example, on Science Day, for us it becomes a routine matter which we repeat year after year. But people who come and listen to us at that time, they look at the facilities. Many of them come to us later in life, and then they tell us that it has been a life-changing experience for them. I mean, I continuously keep people who tell us that the talks that people like me or like all of us sitting here give in public forums do make a very big impact on the life of people. Right? And then the planetariums. So I'm going to mention that only very briefly. But planetariums now are going to be increasingly important for them. Because you see that a planetarium provides you with an immersive experience. The immersive experience now are extremely important, simply because you have you go and sit under the dome, look at the sky, look at the beautiful programs, and then you talk to the scientists, and that makes a very big difference. Also, the planetarium, which is going to be there in Andhra Pradesh, so there you'll see that it will actually be catered to a large part of the country, where even though there has been astronomy from ancient times, there is not too much of it in the current times. Okay? So it's very important to have this planetarium in different parts of the country. Now we are going to have 2 ultra-modern planetariums soon, and the one will be ready in months and one in a few years. But that will be the inspiration for developing many more of these, which also tells us that professional astronomers have to work much more closely with criteria than they have in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajit, for your comprehensive presentation. I hope I'm audible. There was some issue with the audio. So I am audible now?
Yes, you are. It's a bit light, but
So we have completed the presentations by the 5 panelists. So now we move on to the session of question answer. So we have a few interviews here. We have the questions. So we will move on to that session. The first question will be from Dr. Amitesh Sommer from IIT Kanpur. Amitesh, you will please go ahead with your question.
Yes, thanks for all these presentations. They are very informative. I have a question. This is a large scheme with multiple targets and different time scales. What are the likely challenges faced by this scheme when you have multiple targets and different timelines? And associated second question is that what should be the parameters and indicators to monitor this progress?
So would you like to take it?
Okay, thank you, Anubhavi. Thank you, Amitesh, for that very important question. I think we are, although I said we are very ready for such a venture, we are also going to be in some kind of uncharted waters. So we will need to define our progress in different ways. So let me try to tackle this in the following sense. In my mind, the challenges with these multiple targets can be categorized into 2. The first category are the technological challenges. And here we need to work very closely with industries, because these are engineering challenges. and there will be some R&D required, and quite a bit of R&D required, and they have to be done in the lab. So there has to be this academy, industry, environment which has to be created for dealing with the technological challenges. Then the second part is the challenge related to human resources and capacity building. There, again, we haven't tackled something at this scale in astronomy in the past. And building, we have a vast pool of people, but converting all of them into a focused program with a very tight timeline and multiple milestones would be a great challenge. So these are the two categories I can think of. Now, how do we parameterize these challenges and make sure that we keep making progresses, adequate progress? On the technical side, we will have to implement an all-comprehensive system engineering approach where we will have the predefined milestones, preliminary design, critical design, fabrication readiness, and so on and so forth. And within each of these milestones, we have to predefine what should be achieved within each of these subsystems, and so on and so forth. We have a lot of experience within the country, for example, people within the space industry and the space department work in mission mode, implementing these kind of programs with these kind of parameterized milestone evaluation. The capacity building side of things is a little bit more challenging, but there are also parameters which we can define. For example, simple parameters like the number of students working in technology areas within astronomy, how they grow. We have to set milestones, we have to set targets, and keep monitoring how we meet those targets. We have to look at how our patents, number of publications within high impact journals grow. We have to set targets for that and keep monitoring them to make sure that we meet those targets. We have to identify institutions outside the core sector and see how those institutions are contributing meaningfully within the program. And we can set parameters for that in terms of how many departments are involved and across the geography, how they are involved, and so on and so forth. So these are challenges which are new to us in some sense, but there are solutions which we can put in place to tackle them.
Yeah. Thank you, Ram Prakash. I think in Rakhindra's presentation also you had specified some aspects of how would you do it with the large project management. So industry has its own mechanisms and standards to do that as well. So I think an industry academia collaboration also will set up, bring in certain kind of structure which would be helpful to monitor these large duration programs. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Amitesh, for your question.
Thank you.
So the next question is from Dibyendu Nandi. He's from ISL Kolkata. Dibyendu, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Professor. First of all, thanks to DST and the panelists for highlighting this important initiatives the community is very much looking forward to. I have two questions, both related to the National Large Solar Telescope. So what are the major outcomes expected from this 2-meter class solar telescope, and what would be its impact in the international context? And the second question I have is, this telescope is to be built in a high altitude remote location. So how are you going to ensure that logistics and maintenance issues will be taken care of efficiently?
Thanks, Dibyendu. I think Shankar to respond to it.
Yeah, thanks, Dibyendu, to bring out the important point. Being a 2-meter class in the South Asian domain, this is going to, as already pointed out, is going to provide you the sub-arc second resolution images as well as the spectral information. So if you look at the solar physics in the current generation, is the understanding of the energy transfer of the sun all the way from the core of the sun where the energy gets transferred and then transferred to the photosphere, chromosphere, and the upper coronal regions. While the space missions like Aditya looks at the coronal regions, look at the heating mechanisms during the flare or CMEs or even the quiet sun regions, the high resolution photospheric as well as chromospheric heating becomes an important element to it, because we all know that while the large scale flares and CMEs are reasonably well studied with the low resolution instruments, the high resolution heating in the photosphere as well as the chromosphere are the one which drives the radiance variability from the sun. So one important point for us to study the the heating of the small scale is to look at how the magnetic fields at those scales couples with the plasma dynamics. So we are looking at scales of the order of a few tens of kilometers, which requires a large telescopes. And was in the sun, as you go to smaller and smaller scales, you also dynamically evolve faster. So though you are resolving the structure, if you are not able to do a very high cadence observations, you are going to miss out on the important aspects of it. So covering the high spatial resolution, covering a high cadence observations, that's why the suggestions was given to go for a phase diversity or speckle-based imaging, where you can do a very fast imaging as well as the spectroscopic observations. That is going to solve some aspects of how the lower atmosphere, especially the chromospheric heating, which is going to which is happening. And we all know that the lower atmospheric heating is the one which is the driving force for the solar wind, which is the one which is governing the interplanetary medium. So this is also going to give us some input to the physics aspect of the solar wind, and hence the heliophysics aspect of the large scale activities on the sun. So that way, it can also give you some level of space weather complement to many of the space missions which is going to come. So that is the first question for you. The second question, yes, I mean building a big facilities in a remote area is always challenging. But I think if we had seen this maybe 20 years before, probably it would have been a big issue. With the experience of HCT, which is built in this particular region, and has been in operation for last, more than 2 decades now, has given us a lot of, the way of how to handle it. And so one good way of doing it is to have local people, train the local people who can take care of many of these day-to-day activities of the system. That is how the HCT is being operated currently now. This will also enable the local community to grow, both in terms of the scientific know-how of how to operate the telescope, as well as to, give your motivations to those local area to bring them into the science and technical aspects of this particular program. However, all said and done, I think some of the technological challenges may pose additional additional requirement, which may have to be taught well in advance. So that's why early starting of the dialogue of what are the technologies needed, and to address those technologies, what are the elements which we are to put in well in advance, that will help us to move forward. So we have to start thinking from now onwards, so that when the telescope comes in, we are ready to put things in place. So that's for your second.
Thank you, Shankar.
Thank you. Yeah, there's one more point is that there's another major facility which is operational in Anlay is the 21-meter maze. So that is also a very challenging project, and that's also managed by TFR and BRC actually. So that's also been run last several years. So we have learned a lot of lessons in not only making it, but also operating it remote places. So that will definitely give us already giving confidence that we can do it. And there is a community.
Yeah, I wanted to add one more point. Probably what Mr. Kembavi shared about implementing a digital twin actually that will help us in predictive maintenance of this particular telescope. And you can look at the parameters, what goes wrong from a remote location as well. So that's a very important point probably we should also consider. Second is also with regarding to the logistics. Today, there are a lot of trials happening of different equipments in all these forward areas. And there's a lot of survey happening on how to transport equipment. Probably that input from the defense forces also will help us resolve the logistic problem. So these are two inputs that I wanted to just add.
Yes, but the infrastructure is better because when we established the telescope in 2000, a 2-meter mirror transporting was a big challenge, but now things are better.
Roads are much better,
Infrastructure is much
all-weather
better.
roads. And one aspect one can again look at it to minimize the downtime. It's designed such a way that it's a plug-and-play kind of system. So if one system is fails, you have simply remove it and plug the next system so that you can go fast.
ACT has been operational and without because we have all the instruments actually hooked on. So the changeover becomes very, very easy over there because sometimes there are very low temperatures and removing something and putting it, adding on is not viable because it may be very difficult to do it. So we have everything online, you just need to change the changeover. So changeover becomes very, very easy without much of an intervention, manual intervention.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thanks.
So we move on to the next question. We have Professor Jessie Jules from ISER Tirupati. Jessie, over to you for your question.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for conducting this session. It was very informative. Few questions. What are the key learnings from global practice which would be useful for successful implementation of these projects? And a related question is, what is our position in terms of the international? I have another question. What are the plans to sustain this infrastructure? Are there going to be any user charges for utilizing these facilities?
So Jessie, we were a little kind of breaking, so I'm just repeating your questions. You mean to say that one of the key learnings we have, that's a point number one. Second is, what is our position in terms of international projects? The third one is, can you repeat that? Sustainability of this infrastructure, is that what you guys
and whether there would be user charges.
User charges, yeah. So Jairam, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. I think, Ram and others already alluded to some of the learnings that we have as a community sort of gained over the last several years. And one of them, and these are common learnings to execute in all big science projects. And one of the big learnings, I think, is how to effectively run an academia industry relationship when you are executing projects of this kind. There are a number of things which are challenging over there. One of them, which Mr. Raghavendra already highlighted, that when you are doing these projects, it's very different from doing a laboratory experiment, where you might build something and you don't worry overly that that this piece is very complex and it's going to take a long bit of time to do it, and very fiddly design, and that the raw material needed for it, you just need one-off and so on. That's okay when you're in a research lab, but if you're trying to do these things with industry, there are very many other factors which you have to sort of bear in mind. Mr. Raghavendra Rao already told us about, making sure that your design is actually manufacturable, and particularly manufacturable at a reasonable cost. These are all things which you have to fold in right at the start. Then there are also other learnings which come because of the difference in the way in which these two systems operate. You're trying to run a long-term project, but your planning is traditionally year to year. Mr. Raghavendra already alluded to that, about how it's important to ensure continuity of activities and funding and so on and so forth through the course of the multi-year project. This is not, usually the kind of thing that academia worries about a whole lot, but because of all of our involvement in these large projects, we have begun to understand how to, approach these issues. I'm not saying that, there are absolutely easy solutions to some of them, but we've understood that these are the issues and we've begun to fold them into our thinking and planning right at the very start. Regarding the infrastructure and user charges and how we were going to manage all of that, I think that's a very important question, and I think it falls into a much larger question of what is the operational model for such facilities. You could think of multiple ways in which these things could be operated. Very traditionally, when you had these smaller telescopes, you have, people, PIs who submit proposals, and then these proposals are reviewed and you get time and so on and so forth. Is that the kind of model that one is going to go in for? Or is one instead going to go in for a model in which you have, expressions of interest and you have large teams which will execute, important projects which you think will be sort of well tuned to the telescope and give it high visibility and high science productivity. There are multiple issues over here which, in a way, broadly fall into what one would call the operational model. And of course, this is planned as a national facility, and Professor Zimbabwe and others also emphasize the importance of carrying, making sure that everybody in every corner of the country has equitable access to this telescope. So that is another thing that you have to fold in when you're thinking about user charges and so on and so forth. So I think it's a larger and more complex issue. As far as the DPR for the proposal is concerned, it already had some preliminary thoughts about what the operational model for this telescope would be. And I think it's important, as over the next year or so, for this thinking to get further refined and for us to come up with a proper model which will optimize the usage and the output of this telescope.
Yeah, thank you. So you have
Thank you.
Let's see once again. You have a comment to make?
Just two minor comments.
Yeah.
In the answer to your question of global practices, I think we also need to learn to work within international standards. Very often when we build our systems, we build, as Ram mentioned, to our own standards. But we have to follow international norms, international standards that have been established for manufacturing, optics, systems engineering, etc. Various ISO standards, NADCAP, so we have to follow those practices. That's very important because this is a facility which, while we call it national, it's all said and done, probably the world's second largest or third largest facility. The international community will be interested. And that brings us to maybe the second point. Almost all the large facilities which are built, 8-meter, 10-meter class telescopes, what eventually happens over its lifetime is at some point, the community which builds it, which gets access in general for free, is the optic domain. But we also eventually get people who are interested in getting observing time. And we can sell observing time, and all large telescopes, 8-meter class telescopes do that. Sell observing time and in some way subsidize the operation cost to meet the requirements of the community which built it. And this is a standard practice in all large communities. I just wanted to add that as a possibility.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a good discussion on that as well. So thank you. We'll move on to the next questions from Professor Varun Baldra, IIT Bombay. You're there, right? So Varun, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Annapurni, and thank you all for the great overview of these. I have a follow-up on the previous questions from a future looking perspective. So if you start with the upgraded HCT, then what are the additional steps that are being taken to integrate it with the internationally acclaimed facilities and projects that we have, LIGO India and MACE and so on? And then continuing with what Professor Amprakash just said, how do we also ensure global competitiveness during even the development timeline of these facilities, in particular for the National Large Optical Telescope? And going a bit further into the future, would there be any impacts of light pollution and artificial lighting and so on the workings of these telescopes?
Thank you, Varun, for these questions. I think these are, the first part is at least directly related to Jairam's presentation. So, Jairam, would you like to respond to this?
Yeah, sure. I think that there are probably three ways in which we need to sort of work on, addressing the questions that the first question that you arose about interoperability. And the first one of them is just sort of managing, putting together the data from all of these different facilities. And this connects a little bit to what Professor Kimbhavi was talking about. That if I were to look at one region of the sky with one observing facility, I would like to know what else is already known about that region of the sky, what else is already known about the objects over there. And so that, I think, is an issue about data flow, data pipelining, sort of making sure that the data outputs from each telescope can easily be sort of folded into an expert system or an AI or something, so that the data is available, and this particular AI is also available, so that when you go up to observe, you have all of the information that you would like, which is actually already available to you. The second is about something that Annapurni mentioned in passing, which is about transients and other sources, which for which you might want to have coordinated observations with the telescopes. It's not that you just you look at the sky with one telescope at one time and at the same region with another telescope at a different time. What you want to do is to actually observe that region of the sky with all your telescopes at the same time. And that is important for some classes of sources, which may be sort of, emitting only transiently. And so therefore it's important to observe them at all of these wavelengths at the same time. So that now becomes an operational issue, that you have to coordinate the operation of all of these telescopes and make sure that there is some fraction of time available, which is available for such coordinated observations. And you need to put the mechanisms in place also, so that people who are interested in such coordinated observations can sort of manage to get them scheduled with a minimum amount of friction. You don't want the case where you have to negotiate separately with the with the management of each telescope to try and get it scheduled. You'd like some kind of a centralized coordinating place where you put in your request, and if it's accepted, you don't have to personally worry about how the mechanics of each telescope's scheduling happens. It just gets done. And the third is again related to something that Professor Kimbhavi spoke about, which is about growing the community. You need to grow communities which are inherently sort of have a multi-wavelength outlook. We tend to have communities which are a little bit focused on one particular wavelength or the other, and that it's important to also have a group of people who have a more holistic view and who are more able to address and sort of articulate and come up with the questions which make best use of all of our facilities, rather than just focusing on one or the other. I mean, there's both these kind of opportunities. There would be very good science that you can do with one telescope, but there could also be extremely good science which you can do only when you put all of these telescopes together. And so it's important to grow the community which is sort of alive to those opportunities and can exploit them fully. And to get to your final question about light pollution, yes, going forward, light pollution is an important issue. In fact, pollution at all kinds of wavelengths, electromagnetic wavelengths, is a problem for all ground-based telescopes. It is something that you need to make sure that you have some kind of strategy about. I think that the declaration of a dark sky preserve around Hanle was a very important step in ensuring that light pollution in that area is minimized. But as you all probably also know, there's a great danger of light pollution now from the sky, with large numbers of constellations of satellites, etc., which also produce a good deal of pollution. So this is where we need to work with the international community. The international community is obviously alive to this issue, and trying to work with all of the agencies to ensure there is the night sky preserved as a sort of common heritage for all of humankind. So I think it's important for us to be aware of it and to work closely with the international community to preserve this common heritage.
Thank you, Chair.
There was one more question, which is that in the development timeline, how do we ensure the global competitiveness, in particular for NLOT?
Yeah. Yeah, I might actually try and address that more generally. And it's a question which is not just alive during the developmental lifetime, but it's alive throughout the life cycle of a telescope, because it's always the case that there will be competing telescopes. It doesn't matter which wavelength you pick, and it typically, unless you've really built a telescope which is 4 times bigger than everybody else's telescope or whatever it is, there will always be some other telescope which will or some other facility which is competing. It's important for in such situations for the community to be nimble, for the community to identify the niche that its facilities already have available to it, and sort of make sure that it stays competitive by being clever and nimble, rather than sort of insisting that we can be competitive only if we have something which is much bigger than everyone else. I mean, we've seen it time and time again that communities which don't necessarily have the biggest facilities often actually do very competitive science, and we need to make sure that we sort of do that.
Yeah, so looking at the landscape and identifying the backend instrument required for extracting that particular science. Yeah, as soon as the project moves on. Thank you, Tara, for this response. Now we move on to the next question. This is from Dr. Rajesh Kotaria from Optica. So please, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Thanks to DST and IIP to take these challenges. And today's session was so much informative for us and for me also. And I have two questions. One is, how do these facilitate the industry connect and involvement in precision engineering? And second question is, what is the important technologies that need to be developed in the country to complete the segmented telescope?
Yeah, so this is directly related to industry and technological development within the country. So I request Dr. Vendra to respond to this.
So precision engineering has been in the core of tech development for the last couple of decades in defense and aerospace. And that's where a lot of learning today has come in also on how to deploy in the telescopes. So when we got into building 30-meter telescope also, we understood what is precision engineering and precision manufacturing. But of course, the learning is always two-way. We learned what is ultra-high precision doing TNT. And that's where we have taken back this learning into developing various other systems in terms of building high-precision gimbals for accurate missiles or some satellite systems which require that kind of accuracy. So the learning has been always two ways. And this is how we believe that going further also, there are a lot of things that we have developed in terms of managing large programs like program management philosophy or the various things that like digital twins deployed in various complex systems can always be brought into the systems of building telescopes using precision engineering. So having said that, there are all of us know there are many key technologies that are required to be developed in the country. One is the mirror fabrication and metrology. Of course, doing TNT, we have learned something. I think there is some tech which is built within the country. Reflective coatings is one more area which needs to be developed. So applying especially aluminum or silver coatings with protective overcoats for high reflectivity, VR wavelengths, which is also a tech which is used in some of the missiles, which needs to be further enhanced towards meeting these requirements. Of course, the segment support assembly, which is a critical element of building a segmented telescope, where high precision, low mass designs are required to ensure that they operate under -20 to +30 thermal environment as well as wind load environment. They need to work and also negate the effect of gravity due to gravity and wind loads. And of course, alignment and phasing systems is one more area which is required to be developed. So precision positioning using edge sensors or different sensors that is being used. That's also a learning we have got by getting into TNT. And also active optics and control systems is one very essential area. And also bringing in the element of building a digital twin for effective maintenance and life of the telescope is an area definitely needs to be integrated. Last but not the least, we also need to look at integration and testing infrastructure for building these telescopes and doing the final integration at the site is also essential. So these, according to me, are the few technologies that needs to be developed.
Thank you. I think Ram's presentation also pointed out certain technologies which would be required, like the iron beam polishing and LFPs, like the alarm basing system, etc. So that's also covered. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kotaria, for asking questions. We go to the next question from Dr. Ravi Kiran. He's from Delhi Planetarium. Kiran, you are there. Please go ahead with your question. We are not able to hear you. Are you speaking? You can unmute and speak. No, we're not able to hear you. We will come back to your question. We will move further and come back to your question. We'll fix the audio in the meantime. We'll go to the next question by Pramod Grover. He's Director, Science City, Kolkata. Would you please go ahead with your question?
Thank you, Dr. Annapurni, and to all the panelists and the interveners for providing this overview of this DSC projects under Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. I have just, since I'm heading this Science City, which is one of the biggest unit of National Council of Science Museums, and getting almost about 1.6 million visitors in a year. So I'm more concerned, I'm more interested to know something about your Cosmos 2 project. I have first question that this Cosmos 2 project, how it can contribute to capacity building for science centers and planetariums. And another is like how these facilities can be utilized for public good.
Yeah, thank you for these questions. I request Professor Adit to respond.
So I covered this a little bit in my presentation. I must say that the answer can be only very general purpose because I'm not aware of the details of the project which have been taken up.
Yeah, I'll respond to that aspect.
Okay, so but as we have already seen, planetaria provide a very immersive kind of experience, and some of the planetaria which have been set up a couple of decades ago or even earlier than that now are being revamped. These planetaria will be completely new. They'll be based on digital technology. There will be no projector there in there. Now, what would mean is that we get better and better experiences. Not only that, because the importance of planetaria is being appreciated, I expect that there will be resources made available to you so that you can interact with the public much more effectively in terms of providing different kinds of, let's say, real-life models which are present there in the planetaria and other different facilities which are of a more advanced kind, so that people can go and have hands-on sessions there. Okay, so this will be the direct interaction between the public and the planetarium. But I believe that the purpose of the question is also to see how the planetaria can interact with each other. Because obviously the number of planetaria which are going to have very advanced facilities is going to be limited. But then we have lots of other planetaria. And what I'm also finding, for example, in the region around Pune, in the colleges around Pune, they are getting hold of this small planetaria. And then they're carrying out programs there. Now, I believe that it will help very much if the large planetaria interacted with the small planetaria, provide a platform, right, so that they can transfer knowledge and technology to them. Because sometimes the colleges are well-meaning, but they don't have the expertise. So if they can work with people on the expertise, then their job can be much better done. So there's clearly a lot of scope available for setting up a network of planetaria and use all the communication facilities that we have in Appendix now to exchange data, exchange experiences, and also exchange facilities. Then, how can these facilities be utilized for the public good? Again, there we have been always saying that once there's better science and technology in any field, then translates to facilities in other fields. But what we also need to understand is that there's very direct benefits which are available. For example, if you look at the NLST, which is going to be a solar telescope, and it will be working in tandem with Aditya. and other solar telescopes. And then the importance of the data of these telescopes has become more and more understood in recent times, even at the strategic level. Because you know that there are these storms taking place which are unleashed by the sun. So when you have all these coronal mass ejections which take place, and they lead to space weather, big problem, space weather, and a lot of disruption in communication, satellite communication, and all sorts of other wireless facilities that we have here. And that is becoming more and more of a real threat as we are dependent more and more on the technology for our daily needs. So, as you know, it's not going to be possible actually for you to find your place. When I was coming from the airport to here, I had to depend on my map. And I was just reading yesterday that in some places, because of security considerations, that there are choking of these facilities which is being done. And so they say that when people want to find places, they have to, like in the old-fashioned days, get off of the car and ask people on the street. Except that people on the street don't know where a particular thing is because they themselves use a Google map. So I'm saying that there are these very direct consequences which there are direct matters which are consequences of celestial events, and we need to face up to them, and these facilities will help us to do that. At a more indirect level, of course, again, there is a lot of investment in health now, both in terms of image processing as well as AI. And again, there's nobody better than astronomers and remote sensing experts to do the image processing. So there is going to be a direct connection between the facilities that we develop, the expertise that we develop, and the increasing requirements for the benefit of human beings.
Thank you, Professor Transit, for this comprehensive response. But I also would like to add to the question because the Cosmos 1 is being built by us, and I can tell you that this is going to be the Cosmos 1 is going to be the first LED dome planetarium. So that would mean that the way you see the large screens now in LED, the same screen would be up there as a dome in this planetarium. The Cosmos 2 will also be like that. And one of the main thing is that you can actually directly show live images, also do manipulation of the data, and real-time images can also be shown. And so large data processing is done. So demonstration of this will also be shown there. So this will be extremely inspiring, and as I already mentioned, these will give immersive experiences. Over and above that, this will also have some laboratories as well as classes where the students will be, after showing, will be taken to the lecture hall where they can, the principles behind everything will be explained. There's also area where you can play with the electronics and also understand how the LEDs work and how the electronics behind the LEDs work. This will be a large amount of capacity building research in the country as well in this area. So that these are the outlook, and some of the, and of course, this is, since it is an LED dome, you can even show not only astronomy, any kind of science things can be prepared and shown there. We'll also have training sessions for people to create content for these kind of planetariums. So this is not only for just showing, but content creation as capacity building in this area. So I hope it covered your question. I just wanted to start because Ravi Kiran might invite me to have his question in the similar direction. I'd like to get back to this question. Can you please ask your question? I think there's an issue with the audio. Mic is there. So you have shared your question with me. So let me ask the question which you have shared. So the question you want to ask is how we can strengthen the science communication in the country, right? The network of planetariums. And also one more question is that these real-time data as well as operations of these future telescopes which are coming up can be shown to the general public. These are the questions you have shared with me, right? So I think this also, some of it I can answer. I already alluded to that the LED dome actually helps in directly pushing the data from the telescope and scene, and it's already in the while it is built up, it is already in the framework. The demand is that you can actually show people instead of traveling to Hanley or other facilities, you can actually directly show them not only the data coming from there, but also working of these telescopes. So that will be quite an inspirational for the younger generation. I think regarding strengthening science communication, that was the first part of your question. I request Ajit to respond to it because he's been working on this particular aspect for a very long time.
I believe that this question has already been answered in some ways when we talked about the criteria, etc. Now, science communication is becoming more and more important, not only to educate the public, but also to make the public aware of our work and then to say how important it is, and thereby to get support for the kind of research facility that we need to create, sometimes at very great cost. Right. So now, when we for science communicators, I find that there's a new breed of science communicators which are coming up now, because there are a lot of people who work as contributions, and many times it's a very practical matter that if you go to an IIT, for example, you will find that it is a very isolated space where if there are partners in a marriage, one partner gets a job in the IIT and the other partner is without a job, even though the other partner could be extremely well qualified. But I find that I've personally been engaging such people to start science communication, because there are large parts of the city where science communication is very poor, particularly astronomical communication very poor. In a place like Bangalore or Delhi, Bombay, Pune in particular, I mean, half the population seems to be talking about astronomy. Right, but that is not true. Even in a very large city, I go to IIT Kanpur, I talk to people there, and what you require is a network of science communicators. And I have personally been encouraging them to do it privately. I mean, rather than try to just go to some college where they will not want you. So you start your own companies and you do this. And these communicators will be facilitated and helped very much if they can interact with the planetarium. Right? Because as more planetaria come up, the planetarium want to spread their words, and these science communicators will be very helped by the presence of these. There are any number of ways in which such things can happen. Now come to real-time data. The technology is there to show the data in real time. But you see that simply showing the data is not going to be very helpful. What you need to do is for the public to be able to participate in the use of the data. And that is where citizen science becomes very important. Now, citizen science has been going on in US and in Europe for a very long time. And very large data sets have been made available. And quite often now, when professional astronomers start a research project, they have to actually have to depend upon data on galaxies which are being gathered by citizen scientists. So citizen science here is almost anybody at all who is interested. There have been a few such projects in India, in the radio astronomy domain, and also I personally ran a project called the 1 Billion Galaxies Project. So where lots of people all over the country participate. We use modern technology. Images are shown to them on the website, and all that they need to do is to see what are the kind of features which are available in the images. And this might seem like a very simple thing to do. It is not. It requires a certain amount of experience and training which can be developed on the project itself, so that people become proud of the fact that they can do it. And then just imagine having a database of 1 million galaxies. At one time, that only provided opportunity to astronomers, but now it provides opportunity to the builders of large models for AI. Right? Because as you all know, the large AI models are completely exhausted all the data that is publicly available on the internet. Okay, so going to train more sophisticated models will be very difficult. And they're going to depend upon things like astronomical data or data which is generated by citizen science in the astronomy field. So we'll be, by running these programs in our country, we'll be doing a great service to everybody. But there is a problem in running these programs in our country. These projects fall through the cracks. Okay, meaning that they are not considered to be a part of general education, and they are not considered to be part of big science. Right? So therefore, nobody wants to fund these programs. which is actually quite ridiculous, given the importance of these programs. And this is where there is a direct handshake between the general public and the need of professional astronomers. So we need to have some change in our policy to enable these things.
Thank you, Professor. So I think we had a comprehensive discussion on the topics of the last two questions together. We'll move on to now Anu Bura, who's a PhD student. And Anu, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for these insightful presentations and follow-up discussion. So my question to panelists are regarding the upcoming National Large Solar Optical Telescope. So what is the plan to ramp up the human resources in India over the next 5 to 10 years to make full use of NLOT? And my follow-up question is, how will this telescope facility will empower the youth in India?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a question everybody will have to chip in to answer, but I'll request Professor Ashish to take the lead, and then we'll have, because capacity building could be in science and engineering, everything will be there, right? So,
So you see that, as I said, we need scientists and we need engineers. So there's no absolute distinction between them, but they can occasionally be a functional distinction. Okay, meaning that engineers, they execute the project at a very high level, whereas the scientists would be looking at it from the scientific point of view and data generation and the use of the data. Right, so we need to develop human resources in both these aspects. And this again, there's a handshake required between the two worlds of science and engineering for that. At IUCA, like other institutes, but IUCA particularly specializes in development of the human resources because we are inter-university sector, and we have been extremely, extremely successful in that in making an awakening into universities, remote universities, and the success is measured not in terms of the number of workshops that we have been conducting, but the number of high-class scientific papers which come out of them and high-class projects which come out of them, and the funding that they are able to get, even in these difficult times. Right. So, so I think that we'll have to go along the same way. As I already mentioned, there is growing presence of astronomy in the important IITs and ISERs and NITs and universities. And then we'll have to leverage that. We'll have to conduct a large number of workshops and hands-on sessions. And most importantly, as the projects are developing, farm out part of the development to different campuses. Because even an extremely complex structure like a very large passenger aeroplane aircraft, okay, is built in different parts of different campuses. Sometimes that leads to disaster, as we've seen in the case of Boeing, but that's an exception rather than the rule. And I don't see why we cannot farm out development like that of different components of the telescopes, especially for the design stage, for example, so to the great setups that we have all over the country. Again, I'm sure that other people will also take on here and stop, except that empowering the youth in India. I mean, you see that this whole activity is being carried out for the youth. Right? The people like us, senior people, who simply say that something should be done, and the people who do it is quite different. It's extremely, I mean, it's very usual for me these days. If I'm preparing a complex talk and I need to ask somebody what to do, it is typically a 20 or 21-year-old, okay, because they know what are the latest developments. So there has to be a synergy between the youth and the more experienced people who are working, and without that, nothing whatsoever will get done.
Yeah, I guess this the time scales actually show that the younger generation will be the ones who will be utilizing these particular facilities in the country, because it will take another 5 years to for this to come online. I mean, to start doing it, and of course, NLOT is a larger time scale project, so that's a lot of younger people to be involved in the project as well. When you take on these from you, Jairam?
Not much. I mean, I just like to emphasize, I think what Ajit said last. I mean, I think if you look at the history of any of our large projects, it's really being executed by the youth. I mean, very often by people who were 1 or 2 years out of college. because they are the ones who, and it's important to inspire them to work on these projects. And I think these are very inspirational projects, and I'm sure it'll catch, the attention of both the engineering as well as the scientific communities in India. That ties also to the outreach. We need to go out and just make people aware that these exciting opportunities exist. They are very often once in a lifetime opportunity. It may not be, for a long time, you may not get the opportunity to make such a huge impact on the astronomy community. I mean, it'll be an impact which will last for decades. So I think it's, a golden opportunity. And
exactly, it will also be a good opportunity for people who are trained to come back and start work along with it to actually reap the harvest of the project as well. Right? So they're very attractive to chip into, get into the challenging problems of establishing that and then using that instrument to get science out of it. I think is as you said, one of a lifetime thing to start and getting into these projects. It will be extremely fascinating.
I just like to say that when Govind sir started his telescope activity, in India he was in his 30s.
No, but when he did the Yamati, he was in his 50s. Everybody else was in their 20s.
The question of ramping up of human resources, this also has to be addressed, not again in saying, okay, we want a PhD scholar to work in astronomy, etc. What we really need to do is to build a pyramid where we start from schools, where we use this project and astronomy in general to attract people to science in science and technology in general. And then that pyramid will build up into college going and PhD and so on and so forth, and eventually people who get into jobs. And while the pyramid at the bottom, those people who come in may not eventually work in astronomy, but the training they get in these high-tech programs will eventually be an asset to the nation. They will contribute to Lasan and Tubro or Avasarla or any of the other companies, Optica to mention, and so on. So they will provide a platform to build future facilities. And as far as empowering the youth is concerned, I think as Anubhuti mentioned, the building is what we are starting now. The fruits are going to be reaped 20 or 30 years from now. So those youngsters who are in their schools today are the ones who are going to be empowered to be the leaders, to the discoverers, the inventors. And I have also to mention that almost all projects I have been involved in, where we get into some kind of difficult to solve problems, it's almost always the young people who come up with out of those solutions and find ways to move forward. Because as you grow older, you have set ways of your thinking in finding solutions and so on. But the youngsters always have tangential thinking, and they come up with solutions which otherwise you don't spot. So that way, it's not just empowering the youth are empowering the projects. It's other way around.
So thank you. I think we have a good session on question and answer from the journalists. Thank you all for your questions, and thank you panelists for answering them comprehensively. So we will now move on to the final consolidated feedback from the session. So I've just put together a structure for the slide for the recommendations. I also have read out, something noted down here. So this is the template for recommendation to the main the theme, because there's only one of the breakout sessions we are having, because there are many breakout sessions. So the key discussions point were timelines and monitoring process, capacity building in the country, the technical readiness and the R&D of key technologies, science communication and outreach, and inspiring and engaging with the youth. So just segregated the questions to these 5 key discussion points. So the entire project is about establishment of 2 telescopes, major telescopes, 1 upgradation and 1 LED dome planetarium. The key challenges which are identified as the capacity building in the country and development of a few key technologies in the country as well. At the same time, I should also mention one of the very important points which we came out of the industry is that their participation in the earlier projects like 30-meter telescope have written a great deal of improvement in the ultra high precision machining. That is exactly the word used. So this is very important because that introduces industry to a regime which is actually not otherwise known, right? So this opens up a lot more areas. So I understand that those challenge, but it comes with a lot of results and new avenues being opened as well. So the policy reform and regulations, I think one of the things is industry academia connect, and I think you also pointed out the knowledge retention, right? Because over time, it's the large projects which are required here. So just consolidated the key recommendations is involve all major institutions with astronomy in the making of the telescope and back-end instruments, which is brought out by most of the panelists, that the various institutions have astronomy now. And this also will take more institutions to join and have equitable participation from various institutions across the country. Second, the key technologies that need to be developed in the country to be done with industry academia partnership, because the knowledge actually can continue because you have more students, the young would be involved in the academia, so the industry can also develop. I think you also pointed out some infrastructure development because this will also require integration facilities, because it's not only making the components but integration and testing required. Yes, so you also mentioned that. And I think regarding that, Shankar also mentioned a state-of-the-art back-end instruments are needed to actually the benefit of these the telescopes. So I think Jairam also mentioned, pointed out about it. So I think the technology is not only in terms of the telescope, but also the back-end instrument to be made. And this is also to be involving academia and industry so that you have participation from wide thing and also the connectivity as well as development in both sectors. And the last one, we had a long discussion about science communication, and it's very important. And it's also, it turns out that planetaria, which attract a lot of public, and it's actually a default location for people to come over to experience, becomes an important point for science communication as well. So scientific institutions which are also partnering in these major projects, getting their discoveries or technical developments happening with respect to any technology, it's important for them to communicate to the public so that they get excited about the developments and also they know what's happening in these projects as well. So it's important to establish a strong connect between scientific institutions and planetaria to communicate science as well as technology effectively to the public. So I think I summarized most of the discussions which have happened here. So this is what the recommendation will be taking it forward to the main panel as well. So anything to be mentioned? Thank you all for participating, and thank you viewers for joining us on this breakout session. Thank you all. Close the session. So we also request you all to join for the closing ceremony, which would start at 4:30. So that is on the. This is only for the breakout session. So we're closing the breakout session. The next session is at 4:30. Same links can be used. Thank you.
Namaskar and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome back to this post-budget webinar. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. The webinar is organized by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, on the theme Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Fulfilling Aspirations of People. We extend a warm welcome to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister for Education. We welcome Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Dr. Virendra Kumar, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Rao Inderjeet Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, and Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. It is wonderful to have you all with us. Distinguished guests, earlier this morning, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi addressed the webinar presenting his ambitious vision covering diverse sectors, including education, health, Ayush, pharma, tourism, hospitality skills, and sports. Now, remember, this is the last of the webinars organized around the core themes of the Union Budget 2026-27. The objective is to translate the budget's strategic reforms into actionable, outcome-oriented framework through wide-ranging consultations with ministries, academia, industry, civil society, and implementation partners. मंत्रीगण, देवी और सज्जनों, 2026 के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार श्रृंखला के अंतिम वेबिनार में एक बार फिर आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये वेबिनार शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया है। इसका मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति करना। आज सुबह माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस वेबिनार से वो जुड़े। उन्होंने शिक्षा, कौशल और विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप, दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, फार्मा, पर्यटन, आतिथ्य कौशल और खेल संबंधी विषयों पर अपने विचार और विजन साझा किए। ये वेबिनार केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 के तहत प्रमुख घोषणाओं के कार्यान्वयन के तरीकों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए प्रमुख स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक साथ लाया है। Later in the day, a number of parallel breakout sessions took place, led by Ministry of Education and Niti Aayog, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Ministry of Tourism. Sessions led by Ministry of Education focused on flagship reforms, including Education to Employment and Enterprise Standing Committee, new areas such as AVGC, Content Creator Labs, creation of university townships, girls' hostels for STEM institutions and education, the National Telescope Scheme, Divyang Kaushal Yojana, which collectively address the human capital formation, digital creativity, gender inclusion, frontier science, and disability inclusive growth. शिक्षा मंत्रालय के नेतृत्व में इन सत्रों में प्रमुख रिफॉर्म्स पर ध्यान केंद्रित किया गया, जिनमें शिक्षा से रोजगार और उद्यम संबंधी स्थायी समिति, एवीजीसी कंटेंट क्रिएटर लैब, यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप का निर्माण, स्टेम एजुकेशन के लिए लड़कियों के छात्रावास, राष्ट्रीय टेलीस्कोप योजना, दिव्यांग कौशल योजना शामिल है, जो सामूहिक रूप से ह्यूमन रिसोर्स का निर्माण करने का विजन रखते हैं, डिजिटल रचनात्मकता, क्रिएटिविटी, जेंडर समावेशन, इंक्लूजन, फ्रंटियर साइंस और दिव्यांग या विकलांगता समावेशी विकास को संबोधित करते हैं। And ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Dr. Vineet Joshi, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to present his remarks.
Thank you very much. Namaskar and a very good afternoon. I also welcome the Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, Honorable Minister for Education, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Dr. Virendra Kumar ji, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Shri Ashwani Vaishnav ji, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Rao Indrajit Singh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, and Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. I also welcome all the participants to this concluding session of the budget webinar. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere
lost the audio.
His guidance provides a strong and unifying direction as we now move into the implementation focused concluding segment of today's program. Sir, we structured today's deliberation into 5 breakout sessions. The Union Budget announced 7 major initiatives under this theme. 3 of them have been consolidated to enable sharper discussions, stronger convergence between ministries, and more coherent implementation pathways. Together, these 5 sessions covered the full scope of the announcements and will allow us to translate Honorable Prime Minister's vision into clear time-bound actions. I would now briefly give the overview of the breakout sessions. The session of Niti Aayog on high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee focused on positioning the service sector as a central driver of growth, employment, and exports, aligned with the 10% global services share by 2047. This committee is expected to examine global demand shifts, employment elasticity, AI-driven transitions, and regulatory fragmentation. This session helped us in defining a nationally prioritized set of high potential service subsectors along with policy, regulatory, and talent pipeline architecture, which is needed to position the services sector as a core driver of growth, employment, and exports. It also helped us define how AI and emerging technologies could be systematically embedded across schooling, higher education, and skilling pathways, and how we can collectively move towards the 10% global services share target by 2047. The session led by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting was on Orange Economy, AVGC Content Creator Labs. It discussed operationalizing AVGC Creator Labs in 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges, ensuring standardization, faculty development, and strong industry partnerships. This session helped us in defining the national rollout strategy for the AVGC Creator Labs. The session led by DPIIT, which was on New National Institute of Design, articulated the strategic and structural blueprint for establishing a new NID in the Eastern region, strengthening India's design education ecosystem, and aligning it with national economic and cultural priorities. The session led by the Department of Divyangjan, which was on Divyang Kaushal Yojana. The 2 sessions which were led by the Department of Higher Education and Ministry of Education, which were on university townships and girls' hostel for STEM. The session on university townships defined the structural blueprint for the first 5 university townships, the challenge route methodology, corridor-aligned academic offerings, governance, and options of financing models required to create integrated academic industrial townships. The session on Girls Hostel for STEM helped us in discussing the district level planning norms, capacity models, VGF, PPP, and grant structures needed for universal hostel availability, thereby enhancing women participation in STEM by ensuring that women in STEM have safe, proximate, and affordable residential access. On Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana, the session defined an industry-linked, outcome-based skill framework that moves beyond supply-driven models. It helped us define disability-wise course baskets, employer partnership models, verification systems for placements, rural livelihood-linked pathways, and use of AI, thereby ensuring sustainable economic participation of Divyangjans. The session led by the Ministry of Science and Technology, which was on National Telescope Scheme for establishing 4 telescope infrastructure facilities, it discussed the phased execution plan for installation of 4 telescope infrastructure, including the technological roadmap, precision engineering partnerships, HR development strategy, science outreach plan, and the critical technologies that India must indigenize for world-class astronomical capacity, thereby strengthening India's indigenous capacity in advanced astronomy and precision engineering. We now have a better idea about a detailed roadmap along with envisaged challenges, clearly defined implementation pathways, and the institutional mechanisms required to operationalize each budget announcement. We further encourage all the participants to keep on engaging deeply so that today's insights can translate into concrete results. With collective efforts, we can convert the Honorable Prime Minister's vision into measurable national outcomes and accelerate our journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. I would now request the session moderators, beginning with Professor Govind Rangarajan, Director of IISC, Bangalore, to let us know about their session deliberations in more details. Over to you, Professor Rangarajan.
Thank you. So let me summarize the discussion on the university townships. We had an excellent discussion with world-class experts participating. Everyone agreed that the idea of a university township is very important and timely. What we discussed were some of the mechanics. For example, location was something everybody thought was an important criteria for the success of this concept. One suggestion was to have it as a satellite town of a major city where one can use the basic infrastructure of the city like hospitals, schools, etc. It was also felt that it should be within 1 hour of an international airport and should have enough scope for jobs for spouses. It was also felt that land allocation should be strategic in nature, taking into account existing industrial corridors. And also, they should be located in states that have a visionary state leadership, because here the state contribution is also very important in taking this forward. As far as design of the township is concerned, it was felt that it should be compact and have mixed zone use rather than spread out over a large area where you have difficulties, just going back and forth between different parts of this township. It also needs to have if it's a satellite city, to have the city's public transportation integrated with that township. And equally important, it should be a sustainable campus that's organically linked to the local communities and local urban bodies. It was felt that it is important that you integrate with the local community rather than be something which is like an ivory tower, which does not communicate with the local communities. It was also felt that the committee which oversees the design and operation of this township should be shared by the state chief minister. The hope is this access-led expansion will now give way to outcome-led expansion. Industry collaboration was another important component everybody touched upon. Having a research park, of course, is very important. Industry R&D labs should be located in these townships. That is very critical. Equally important, these R&D facilities should be shared with universities belonging to that cluster. This would alleviate uneven access to lab facilities that is currently there. And one should avoid duplication of infrastructure, of course. Then there should be a lot of startup funding in these townships. So they should be initially funded well, and then, of course, they go out on their own. And it was also felt to make this whole enterprise attractive, faculty members should be permitted to spend time in the industry so that there's a much closer integration between the industry and the academia. And when you come to financial sustainability, it was felt that tuition fees should be, substantial so as to cover the costs. They cannot be highly subsidized tuition fees. And it was also essential that industries provide sustainable funding for the township, for the operation of the township. And since you have land, it is also important to monetize the land resources effectively for financial sustainability. And one suggestion was that the government should provide 50% of the funds for the first 20 years to make the whole thing sustainable. And talking of students, it was felt that there need to be change when you talk of these university townships. You just don't admit students based on their marks in, say, JEE Advanced and so on. You need builders who can actually build products so that the country becomes a product nation. And therefore, the admission criteria should change accordingly here. And it should also be very inclusive. State university students should have access through credit transfers, online classes, etc. And then how do you measure success? Of course, it's important that only if you quantify something, you can actually improve it. So as far as learning outcomes, there are standard things like student satisfaction, placement, etc. But one should also develop quantitative and qualitative measures of industry collaboration and then research productivity. And these should be monitored by industry advisory boards, research committees, and alumni. All these are important components in the monitoring process. And the timelines is that within 1.5 to 2 years, you can have the design and the infrastructure done. Then scaling and expansion over the next 2 years. But for all townships, 5 years was felt to be ambitious but reachable goal to establish all the 5 university townships. So with this, I will stop. But on the whole, everybody thought, that this was an excellent idea that has been expounded by our honorable PM, and we should all work towards realizing this vision. Thank you.
Professor Govindan Rangarajan, thank you for your remarks, sir. Let's learn more about the outcomes of the breakout sessions that happened today. Let us welcome Dr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, CII, expert from Niti Aayog. Dr. Banerjee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, Secretary. Thank you for the introductions initially. Sir, I report back on the breakout session on high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprise Standing Committee. It was really a very, very lively session, taking the advice from the Honorable Prime Minister's speech in the morning. And as guided by the Ministry of Education and Niti Aayog, we deliberated in detail to conclude with 5 priorities and action items. And the deliberations today highlighted several important themes on strengthening the budget announcement on high-powered Education to Employment to Enterprise Standing Committee and enhancing the role of the services sector in India's growth story. The 5 priority items and action items. The first, if I can, is the Centers of Excellence as innovation hubs. This was with AI and tech intervention. The recommendation for one to establish AI and tech-enabled centers of excellence, each with a focus on sectors such as agri-tech, health tech, tourism, education, and digital services. Second, build these as private-public hubs, bringing together government, industry, and academia. And the third sub-point on that was to enable state governments, which were to develop regional centers of excellence clusters aligned with the local industry strength. The second major area was a skills-first education ecosystem. So we move towards a skills-driven learning pathways as a part of the of degree-centric education, integrate skills-based learning with aligned with the emerging technologies which we deliberated upon, and promote continuous learning through certifications and industry-led programs. Industry-led program was underlined. And the third piece in that the skills-first education ecosystem was integrating the skills, technical skills with creativity as well as problem-solving and critical thinking. The third issue that came up was institutionalization of an industry-academia partnership. So bridging the gap between between learning and the employment, which was felt critical. So how do we increase industry participation in curriculum design in particular, and as well as institutional governance. Also expanding internships, industry immersion, and practical project exposure. And the third, of course, was on the education industry clusters to be encouraged, and also align educational institutions that are linking learning, research, and job creation. And also, of course, how the local industry should connect to the academic institution. That's going to be critical. The fourth part of the entire discussion was on scaling research, innovation, and also applied learning. So our country's competitiveness would largely depend on the stronger research and innovation ecosystems. We all felt that, and to encourage greater private sector investment in R&D and innovation platforms, which can be enhanced much. So develop innovation hubs, sandboxes, and project-based learning models, and also focus on applied research that drives enterprise creation as well as technology adoption. The fifth was creation of new jobs, which was very, very critical and important. With every revolution, industrial revolution, there will be new jobs emerging, and India can and shall align with emerging requirements of the industry. This was quite critical. There's always been a fear, but there will be new job opportunities always coming up with any advent of any technology. So I end with one important point, which is about coordinated policy and measurable outcomes. So this was really that the progress of will require alignment across governments as well as industry and state engagements. So strengthening policy coordination between center, states, and industry stakeholders. Second, track outcomes that would through clear indicators on employment, enterprise creation, and technology adoption. And how do we ensure implementation at scale through collaborative national and state level incentives? So once again, what is now required was collective action, building centers of excellence. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrajit Banerjee. Now we welcome remarks from Sri Chaitanya Chenchelikar, VP and CTO, Whistling Woods International.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. The breakout session in the morning for deployment of content creation labs in schools and colleges, along with corresponding curriculum for the same, was excellent. We had 5 or 6 outcomes and suggestions. So one was that it will ensure completeness of education, especially in the age of AI, where human skills are needed for creative thinking, critical thinking, narrative thinking, design thinking. It will widen the spectrum for higher education and career pathways in media and entertainment through integration with the national education policy and emphasis on multidisciplinary learning, design thinking, and creative education. This will also help it will increase understanding of Bharatiya narrative traditions, folk art, and music, which will also enable a unique narrative storytelling style as well as a visual style to emerge out of India. What was recommended that we look at a phased implementation strategy, where we start off with pilot institutions and a kickstarting of teacher training, followed by expansion based on feedback and institutional readiness, and ensure national saturation and higher education linkage in phase 3. Industry collaboration and participation will be critical in providing mentorship, internships, real-world projects, and curriculum inputs, ensuring that the training remains aligned with evolving industry requirements. It was also noted that we need to ensure promotion of regional inclusion, that it should ensure participation from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, enabling students across the country to access creative education and digital opportunities. The key takeaway and action points are as follows. One is identification of institutions to identify suitable secondary schools and HEIs at the pilot stage and then at the saturation stage. Second is curriculum development, and this was significantly stressed by everybody, that we have to make sure that the curriculum that is built is both in alignment with NEP principles and multidisciplinary learning frameworks, but it is also includes all the inputs that are needed to create robust education in foundational education in creative and performing arts. The third key takeaway was faculty capacity building. This needs, because this is the first time that this will end up happening in the government vertical, so we need to approach it in a very strong and robust manner to incorporate as many faculty as possible to take things forward. The fourth point was infrastructure and technology framework. Since we are a techno-creative industry, we have to make sure that standardized high-quality infrastructure, including hardware, software tools, and digital platforms, is available across the country to ensure that the learning quality remains uniform or standardized and does not drop on account of lack of broadband connectivity or lack of computing access. The last is possibly the most important, which is awareness and outreach. Communication campaigns will need to be undertaken to inform students, parents, and educators about emerging career opportunities in the media and entertainment, AVGC, and creative economy sectors, and what are the higher education verticals that students who do study foundational education in creative and performing arts can take up.
There were 3 or 4 concerns that were raised. One was the shortage of skilled faculty, which was kind of the topic that was highlighted the most. The second was the infrastructure requirements, so reliable electricity, broadband connectivity, and digital infrastructure. The third was career awareness and parental acceptance, without which none of these projects will really roll out in a successful manner. And we have to make sure that the parents and students do not lack awareness of this area. And the fourth is to make sure that we have industry link, that the industry is linked to both the curriculum development as well as industry mentorship to make sure that the students acquire skills that are needed today as well as tomorrow. So this was a brief summary of the breakout session for content creation labs in schools and colleges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Chaitanya Chenchelikar. We now welcome Shri Sridhar Mari, NID alumnus, AI startup founder and designer from Bengaluru, to share his thoughts with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. The honorable ministers and the executive leadership, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Just got a couple of slides here to sort of sum up on what we've discussed in the morning. So the topic that we've taken is design as a catalyst for national progress. And this, can you just, I'll just share my screen rather. Okay, so somebody's shifting the slides. Okay, so the panel was diverse and it included design practitioners, industry representatives, educators, and policy stakeholders. Next slide, please. So the fundamental key takeaway for this panel was design must evolve from being perceived as an aesthetic layer or a specialist discipline to being recognized as a strategic capability that can be embedded across governance, industry, education, and society, influencing everything that we design in this country, right? For example, whether we're building cities or we're designing cities or designing public services, everywhere there is actually design input that's required. And that's what is what we are suggesting as a key takeaway. Now, can you just go to the next slide, please? Yeah. There are 4 thematic dimensions that have emerged from this. One is, the number one is design as a national infrastructure to pave the way for economic development and industrial competitiveness. Here, what happens is we've studied other developed nations and how they have actually used design as a fundamental tenet for their national progress. Now, in the US, the industries that were driven by design have outperformed S&P 500 index by 219%, right? So that's the kind of impact that design can have. Similarly, in the UK, one of the studies has indicated that about 90 billion pounds were being added to UK's national economy every year based on the design interventions that they're taking. And that's influencing nearly 5% of the GDP for UK. Now, the gross value added, actually. So that is the kind of impact that we can envisage from design, and especially when you use design as a strategic tool to build the public infrastructure and make the industry competitive and so on. The second theme that has emerged is design as the cultural capital that's embedded that is embedded with Indian identity. Now, today, we all talk about Japanese design and German design and Scandinavian design, but then there is enormous amount of strength in Indian design, but we don't really quantify it, or we don't even qualify it because it's so diverse and pluralistic, and we need to actually study it and bring it out as a national cultural capital for the progress of this nation. And we will double click on that in the next couple of slides. And the third one is the impact of AI, automation, and the future of creative work, because today AI is not just limiting itself to automating repetitive jobs, but it's also encroaching the realm cognitive work and creative work, right? So that kind of automation is right here, and it's happening, and it has a huge impact on job losses and so on, not just design but across the board. Now, how do we actually use this opportunity to create or even to think of the newer and emerging jobs that would sort of come up during this intervention or the impact of AI? That's the third thematic dimension that we discussed. And the fourth one is how do we build future design leaders and design entrepreneurs? Today, typically designers get trained, they come out of the institutes, and then they take up a job and and of course contribute to the economy. But there is a lot more that they can do, especially if you can actually help them become better design leaders with better entrepreneurial skills. So those are the four thematic dimensions. Now let's just quickly go into each one of those things and spend just a minute. Next slide, please. Now, when we say design as a national infrastructure, what we mean is that the way we have innovated about digital infrastructure, the entire digital infrastructure that the government of India has envisaged and implemented is a story that is unparalleled in the world, right? So that kind of a story can be done with the design also as a national infrastructure, influencing the social equity, public services, governance, and so on. So that's what we mean by how design can become a strategic tool. Now, the next one is how do we bring in design inputs in government decision making, especially when it comes to infrastructure and the policy programs, especially when it comes to healthcare or public transportation, or even the townships that we're talking about. There is a lot of design that can go in from day one. So instead of bringing in design as an afterthought at a later point of time, but how do we actually embed it right from the day one, from the beginning, is what would help in building great infrastructure. Now, if you look at the developed nations, the only thing that sort of stands out is their infrastructure. And our infrastructure has been lacking or lagging for quite a long time. And that's an opportunity for the West to actually, come and, tout the, the poverty tourism, and, so the images that they actually portray is all about what is not there rather than what is there, and infrastructure stands as a ground. And today, of course, we are making massive strides in infrastructure too, and whether it's airports or national highways, they're all extremely good and on par with global standards. Now, the same kind of a thing across the board, across all infrastructure related programs would be really helpful. Next slide, please. And when we're talking about design as a cultural capital, so NIDs, there are a bunch of NIDs, and then there's a new NID that's going to come up, and they need to become the living laboratories of Indian design, Indian culture, heritage, and civilizational knowledge. There is enormous amount of traditional knowledge that is embedded in our culture, in our crafts, in our traditions, and everything. So how do we actually codify it, bring it up, not just document it as archives in a library, but how do you actually take it out and then use it in day-to-day design activities is something that needs to be explored. And there has to be a national discourse on what is Indian design identity, what should be the Indian design ethos. For example, sustainability has been a crucial tenet for Indians in general from time immemorial. Now it's the West that comes back and says sustainability is a standard, you need to follow it, and so on. But then see, we're losing out what we had as clear strengths to something that has been actually adopted by the West, right? So that is something that we need to focus on. Then next slide, please. Here, again, the impact of emerging technology. I think we have to build mission critical design research labs focusing on AI, healthcare, sustainability, and culture systems. Now, there are so many new roles are going to be emerging in light of AI automation. Now, it's not going to be anymore a furniture designer, or a product designer, or an architect, or any of these things. And there are many new roles are going to come. We need to do research into it, and then probably train our people, our students right now within the institute, so that they are ready for the future. And of course, Design Policy 2.0, the document that was created earlier, needs to be redrafted in line with the emerging technologies and the new realities, and even in the new geopolitical situation. So these are some of the things that we had talked about. And the last one is the next slide, please. Yeah, and building future design leaders and entrepreneurs. So here, designers also need to be given some amount of understanding of economics and finance and manufacturing and market viability, so that we can help them become better design leaders and design entrepreneurs. And students should also be encouraged to tackle complex real-world problems rather than focusing on the next best toaster design, right? So they need to be aware of the kind of the problems that we face as a country, as a society, as a culture, and they need to start thinking about those aspects. And of course, embedding design awareness at the school level and professional education programs would also help in elevating the design thinking across the board. And finally, the desired impact. Next slide, please. The desired impact that we want to drive is design needs to move the needle from being an incremental innovation to transformative innovation in national development. And that's our submission. And we just need to do a lot more work, and probably we would meet offline and continue this discussion and bring back our thoughts and ideas into the policy making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sridhar Mari. Let us now turn to Professor Suchi Sinha, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi, expert from Department of Higher Education. Dr. Sinha.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to moderate the session today morning. The session that I moderated was on girls' hostel in every district for STEM institutions. Several very inspiring women were part of the panel, and several interveners were also people who are experiencing educational institutions on a regular basis. So it was a very rich conversation. I must acknowledge that there was an overwhelming welcome of this initiative, of this announcement. There was an acknowledgement that accommodation and mobility barriers often constrain women aspirants from choosing and opting for STEM programs, and often they settle for courses which may be closer home just because of safety, affordability, and other reasons. The panel discussed several aspects of the girls' hostel in every district. There were helpful points which were made, both around strategic considerations as well as more operational considerations as this plan is implemented. I'll actually start with more operational issues and then finally close with some of the strategic considerations that were talked about. Operationally, there was an acknowledgement that a girls' hostel will need to understand and cater to girls with different demographic, dimensions. For example, women with caring responsibilities, women without caring responsibilities, and so forth. Some of the facilities which were considered and discussed were hygiene was considered to be a very important aspect in the girls' hostel, including discussions around provisions for sanitary napkins, their disposal, and other kind of hygiene considerations. There were discussions around safety and safety in terms of, say, alarm bells being very easily accessible. Somebody even said right near the bedside, in case there is an emergency, the women should feel the safety to be able to raise an alarm bell. There were considerations about and discussions around, of course, good food, hygienic food, nutritional, intake for the girls who are going to be staying in the hostels. There was discussion around Wi-Fi, and ease of internet use, so that in case for late night work or any other time, that for global collaborations, if these women, the girls, want to collaborate, they should be able to have ease of access of the internet. Creche facilities were talked about, since again, like I said, there could be girls who may have caring responsibilities as they reside in these hostels. The next point that was discussed clearly was about the staff. The staff, preferably more female staff, and most importantly, sensitive staff. So staff sensitivity was talked about at length, where there was discussion that we must understand that in these girls' hostels, the languages used, the sensitivities about gender, all of that has to be kept in mind. The strategic points, and this is actually of great emphasis, and therefore I position it actually after the operational. A key concern, or rather a key consideration that was highlighted, is that even as we think about safe, affordable, accessible facilities, one should not envisage a girls' hostel tucked away in some corner just because we want to make it safe. It's very important that locationally these hostels are closer to where the institutes are and where so-called the research action or the curriculum action happens. This was emphasized time and again, because the idea was that these hostels should themselves become hot hubs where there's going to be exciting conversations, vibrancy, and a culture of empowerment, and not just tucked away in a different corner for a variety of reasons. Last, there was a conversation around, of course, there are two pathways possible. One is expansion of the current facilities that are already available and augmenting them, which may come with a quicker output and a quicker setting up of the hostels. But age of the building needs to be thought about. Access zones and how they can be protected and made accessible, yet restrictive in terms of making sure the unwanted people are not into the hostel. That was considered. And finally, the green field was of course discussed much more, but both options were considered. In conclusion, a very, very welcome step, and many other operational points which the panelists felt that they'll be happy to contribute to. In case so wish, they can share more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Suchi Sinha. We now welcome remarks from Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, Director IIA, an expert from Ministry of Science and Technology. Professor Subramaniam.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. I am summarizing the breakout session titled Telescope Infrastructure Facilities. So this breakout session had about 5 panelists, and these panelists came from the various departments and academicians, researchers, and also industry. So in summary, the panelists felt that it's an extremely important step, and there was an overwhelming welcome to these projects from academia, industry, institutions, universities, etc. And we had several interveners who asked the questions, and these questions covered these projects. So these projects basically include setting up of 2 major facilities. One is a 2-meter National Large Solar Telescope, and the other is a 13.7-meter National Large Optical Telescope. The third is an upgradation of the existing Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the fourth was the establishment of a planetarium, which is consisting of an LED dome. So the key discussion points included actually the timelines and monitoring process, as these projects have different timelines. And so what could be the parameters, indicators to monitor the progress? The other questions also included the major outcomes from these facilities, and such as the requirement of back-end instrumentation and collaboration to make cutting-edge instrumentation within the country. The telescope facilities are going to be established in high-altitude remote areas, so how to make sure that the logistics and maintenance issues are taken care. Key learnings from global practices, and how these projects position India in the international scenario, etc., were also discussed. The discussion points also included synergy of these projects with the existing multi-wavelength projects such as LIGO India, MACE, etc., and also how to bring industry connect in specific points of developing key technology within the country, and particularly in terms of a segmented telescope, which we are going to do for the first time. And how do we strengthen science communication in the country, and how can we have a network of planetariums or science communication centers to actually communicate what is being done in these projects, also about the excitement of science and discoveries made in these particular facilities. It also discussed how to ramp up human resources capacity building in the country, as well as how do we empower and involve students and young researchers, etc., in the whole project. So the key challenges and risks identified were basically capacity building in the country and development of a few key technologies, and also the knowledge retention and knowledge basically transfer, because these projects span over a very long timeline, and the required policy and regulation with respect to industry academia connect, and the development of centers, and new ideas and new R&D, basically technology developments. So the key recommendations which came were there are many institutions in the country which have started astronomy and astrophysics, and the aspirations in space science is looking extremely, very, very good. So it is important to involve institutions across the country and also equitable access to people across the country. In terms of technology, one emerging point which came from the industry is that their involvement in critical science projects, technologically challenging science projects, basically are bringing in the ultra high precision mechanisms within the industry. And they also express that such participation is helping them to get these technology used in areas which actually will not be accessible to them. So this is a very, very important point. So the important points like some of the critical technologies like ion beam polishing or the alignment and phasing systems of the segmented telescopes require new development, and it is important to be developed in the country and with industry and academia collaboration. And also important to bring synergies within the R&D and existing telescopes within the country. It also is recommended that it is important to use AI and digital twins, because these systems are remote, and digital twins really help in optimization of the performance as well as finding out any maintenance issues, etc. So it is important to build digital twins of various subsystems early on and also use them to improve the system as well as to get good maintenance. The capacity building in terms of AI and computing facilities are important. It is also important to have a good mechanism to have a knowledge capture and knowledge transfer. And this is particularly important in terms of these projects are highly technically and challenging projects which run across long years. So this is a very unique example of building such capacity within the country. And in terms of science communication, it is important to communicate science to the public and also pass on the excitement and the discoveries which are made over here, and also to show what kind of technology is developed and how one gets access to these kind of laboratories and things like that. And for that, a good connect between scientific institutions and planetaria are important, and this also helps to communicate science effectively and also interact with researchers themselves and also people who are directly involved with these kind of projects. So these were the entire summary, and thank you for the thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Professor Annapurni Subramaniam, thank you, ma'am. We now turn to remarks by Mrs. Manmeet K. Nanda, Additional Secretary, DPWD, expert from Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. Ma'am, over to you.
society organizations, youth volunteers who actually have their boots down, come and deliberate on manners. Audible, sir.
You are audible, ma'am. Yes, we can hear you.
So we had representatives from the government, from the private sector, corporate, civil society organizations, youth volunteers who have actual boots on ground, deliberate on how to strengthen the ecosystem for employment-linked skilling of Divyangjans. The panelists also shared best practices, innovative models, and policy suggestions. The deliberations were organized around 5 thematic pillars, the 5 Ps as we would like to summarize, each capturing a distinct dimension of challenge and opportunity. Passion. The webinar opened with the strong affirmation that there needs to be a broad consensus that technical skilling itself is not sufficient. What is needed is an inclusive workplace culture, leadership commitment from employers, staff sensitization as essential prerequisites before training and hiring PWDs. Therefore, passion, like the group agreed, must translate from intent into a sustained institutional action. The second P, perseverance. The participants were very candid and agreed that what needs to be addressed foremost is structural barriers. The need for having customized training challenges that continue to be tailored to specific disability types, age groups, because one generic does not fit. There are weak linkages between skill training programs and actual employment outcomes, and training should be touching into those aspects so that they get converted into actual jobs. And the persistent underrepresentation of PWDs in STEM education and emerging technology sectors. The third P are possibilities. The discussion highlighted a range of expanding opportunities for the Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana that can strategically leverage the growing demand for talent in AI, semiconductor manufacturing, gig economy platforms, the rise of online and blended learning models, so that we can reach to the remotest PWD, deeper industry partnership for inclusive hiring, and an increased adoption of assistive technology. The fourth P is the potential, the need to strengthen the existing ecosystem by aligning the skill programs with actual market demand with sector-specific job roles, expanding digital literacy initiatives, promoting training of trainers program with cross-disability expertise, developing incubation support, financial inclusion mechanisms, and procurement preferences for PWD entrepreneurs. The fifth P, pilot. The webinar concluded with a set of concrete priority actions for early implementation, a need for a national awareness campaign focused on the untapped employment opportunities of the PWDs, the strengthened industry-linked skilling programs for on-the-job training components, expand accessible training infrastructure, scale up assistive technology support, introduce sector-focused skilling initiatives, increase rural outreach and participation of PWDs in all skilling development programs, encourage online blended training models. In conclusion, the Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana post-budget webinar underscored a shared national resolve among the government and the stakeholders to transform disability-inclusive skilling from intent to impact. Across these 5 pillars of passion, perseverance, possibilities, potential, and pilot, stakeholders converged on a clear imperative. Skilling must be demand-driven, accessible, and employment-linked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Manmeet Nanda. And we thank all the moderators for their leadership and insights in the webinar today. And we now turn to honorable ministers for their remarks and guidance. May I first request Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, to share his thoughts with us.
Good evening. You may recall that one of the highlights of the Honorable Prime Minister's 76th Independence Day speech was the acknowledgement of the profound knowledge of ancient Indians or the traditional Indian knowledge. India has a dominant presence in astronomy and astrophysics, as well as astrophysics research, and has contributed immensely in this field. We have demonstrated our capabilities through indigenous space missions like AstroSat, like Aditya L1, like ExpoSat. India has participated in major international projects like the Facility for Anti-Proton and Ion Research, or FAIR, 30-meter telescope, TMT, square kilometer array, SKA, LIGO India, etc., etc. The expertise and the experience which our scientists have developed through these global consortia projects helped us reshape our S&T landscape. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, this government has created several sophisticated research infrastructure facilities across the country, and the coming decades in astronomy and astrophysics will be driven by transformative discoveries enabled by large aperture telescopes and advanced instrumentation. India had established a 2-meter Himalayan Chandra telescope, the HCT, established in the year 2000 at Henley, Ladakh, which facilitates more than 250 researchers and is on the number of these researchers is on the increase. Cosmos 1 in Mysuru in Karnataka is another pioneering state-of-the-art LED dome planetarium, which is almost ready for operation. As you are aware, the Union Minister for Finance in the budget speech in 2026-27 has announced to set up 2 more telescope facilities, namely the National Large Scale Telescope and the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, as well at the same time upgradation of the Himalayan Chandra telescope that I just now referred, and also developing of a new Cosmos 2 planetarium. In today's seminar, the experts in the fields of astrophysics and astronomy from different research and academic institutions, as well as from industry, we have been able to discuss different aspects of the proposals that include technology challenges, that include parameters of the indicators to monitor the progress, to monitor the strategies for human resource development, as well as also for capacity building, and also the plans to sustain the infrastructure and its utilization for larger public good. I believe the Indian industry, including the MSMEs, will be engaged across the value chain in precision up to mechanical components, telescope structures, mirror support systems, vacuum and cryogenic hardware, motion control, as well as power electronics, as also coatings, detractors, and observatory software, etc., etc. I also learned that the Indian Space Research Organization, namely ISRO, is installing an observing facility at Henley as a part of its initiative to set up a network of facilities under the project NETRA. And NETRA stands for Network for Space Object Tracking and Analysis. And NETRA is aimed to detect and track space debris, which is a growing hazard now, as well as other hazards which could pose threats to India's satellites in the orbit. The proposed facilities will work in tandem so that the synchronization between the facilities maximizes the outcomes that we receive. These new and upgraded facilities may bridge the gap and may also help the researchers to gain access to telescopes at par with that of the other nations. And therefore, I'm sure The following recommendations from this webinar will make the implementation more effective and also guide the researchers to utilize the facilities for taking up high-end and path-breaking research in this field. And the recommendations are as follows. A, involve all the major institutions with astronomy in the making of the telescope and the back-end instruments. The second recommendation I make is the B1, the key technologies that need to be done in the country to be done with academia, industry, partnership. As you know, this government has been very supportive about a larger synergy between industry, research, academia, and industry. C, to establish a strong connect between scientific institutions and planetaria to communicate science effectively to the public, because unless we don't reach these shareholders, our purpose would be defeated if we are not able to bring in the ultimate aim or achieve the ultimate aim of bringing in ease of living in the life of a common man for whom all this SNT research is meant. D, selection of the partner for building large telescope to be based on QCBS model and integration. And the D and the E recommendation would be the integration of AI ecosystem and developing digital twins, which are essential for optimal performance and maintenance of infrastructure. And lastly, the recommendation would be the knowledge capture and knowledge retention, which are important in technologically challenging and long duration projects. And ultimately, I believe an extended collaboration among all the stakeholders, among all the collaborators across the lines is what is going to decide the ultimate outcomes of all these endeavors. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. May we now request Sri Rao Inderjeet Singh, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, to deliver his remarks.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of today's discussion, the deliberations have highlighted several important themes on strengthening the budget announcement on high-powered education to employment to enterprise standing committee and enhancing the role of the services sector in India's growth journey. One of the key points that has emerged from the discussion is the need to significantly improve the quality of higher education to drive job opportunities and position India as a global services hub. While the services sector continues to contribute majorly to economic growth, contributing over 50% of GVA, nearly 1/3 of employment, and a significant share of exports, there remains a persistent gap between education and workforce readiness. Addressing this will require stronger alignment between academia and industry, including greater industry participation in curriculum design, board of study, and academic councils and training systems. Participants also highlighted the importance of expanding structured internships and work-integrated learning programs so that students gain meaningful industry exposure and practical skills during their academic journey. Another important theme of the discussion was the growing role of artificial intelligence and digital public infrastructure in shaping the future of services and employment. AI adoption has the potential to significantly enhance productivity, innovation, and global competitiveness. However, enabling this transition will require appropriate infrastructure, innovation sandboxes, and supportive ecosystems so that businesses, particularly MSMEs, can effectively adopt these technologies. The panels also emphasize the need to strengthen research and innovation ecosystems, including the establishment of centers of excellence in R&D with participation from the private sector. In addition, the importance of building flexible and future-ready learning systems, upskilling teachers at scale, particularly in emerging areas such as AI, machine learning, and deep technologies, was emphasized. The discussion also highlighted the importance of collaboration between policymakers, industry, and academia to bridge skill gaps and accelerate innovation. Strengthening of center-state coordination and promoting services clusters and innovation hubs in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities can further expand employment opportunities and support regional economic growth. At the same time, stakeholders highlighted the need for credible and flexible regulatory institutions that can improve education quality, attract talent, and respond to evolving industry needs. Finally, the importance of clear and measurable indicators was emphasized to ensure accountability and to track progress. The insights shared during today's webinar provide valuable inputs for shaping policy directions, particularly in the context of the said committee. With that, I would like to thank all the distinguished panelists and participants for their valuable contributions to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Rao Inderjit Singh Ji. We now request Shri Ashwani Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting, to share his thoughts with us.
नमस्कार। पहले तो मैं सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। बहुत ही बड़ी संख्या में, करीब 1000 से अधिक पार्टिसिपेंट्स आज के पूरे वेबिनार में आए और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव आए। ऐसे सुझाव आए जिन सुझावों का डायरेक्टली उपयोग किया जा सकता है और जिनको पॉलिसी में इंटीग्रेट किया जा सकता है, ऐसे कई सुझाव आए। तो इसके लिए मैं सभी पैनलिस्ट को, सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स को, सबको मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। आपके सुझावों से ही आगे देश की पॉलिसी का निर्माण होगा और देश के विकसित भारत के रास्ते में आपके सुझाव बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं कुल मिला के 3 विषय यहाँ पे आपके सामने रखना चाहूँगा। पहला विषय है क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी, एक ऐसा सेक्टर बन के उभरा है जो कि पिछले 7-8 वर्षों में और विशेषकर डिजिटल इंडिया की जो पहुंच गांव-गांव में हुई है, ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में हुई है, उसका जो इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, उससे पूरी नई इकोनॉमी, क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी बन के उभरी है। इस क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी का फायदा कई तरह से हुआ है। सबसे बड़ा जो बेनिफिट हुआ है वो ये हुआ है कि हमारी संस्कृति, हमारा खान-पान, हमारा लोकल जितना भी हमारी बहुत ही हाइपर लोकल चीजें हैं, उनको हम दुनिया के सामने पहुंचा पा रहे हैं। किसी भी छोटे से गांव में बिहार के लिट्टी चोखा से लेके राजस्थान के गट्टा करी को हर चीज को दुनिया के सामने पहुंचाने का एक मौका मिला है। उड़ीसा के छेना पोड़ा से लेके तमिलनाडु के एक स्पेशल, केरल के आड़ा पायसम को, सभी को दुनिया तक पहुंचाने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिला है। और ये बहुत ही डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था है क्योंकि इसमें कोई भी व्यक्ति जो भी चाहे अपनी बात को कहना, वो कहने की क्षमता रखता है। एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म सबको मिला। इसके कई पॉजिटिव्स आए समाज में और कुछ नेगेटिव्स भी है, कुछ हार्म्स भी हैं, लेकिन ये क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी अपने आप में एक बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन के निकली। दूसरा विषय मैं रखना चाहूँगा, आज का जो एंटरटेनमेंट और मीडिया की दुनिया है, इस दुनिया में टेक्नोलॉजी का जो उपयोग है, ये एक प्राइमरी रोल बनता जा रहा है। आज से 20 साल पहले अगर देखें तो मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट में टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग होता था एज एडिशनल चीज, कोई ऐड करो उसमें 30-40% होता था। आज 70-80% टेक्नोलॉजी है, 30-40% बाकी सब चीजें। इसमें हमारे देश के नौजवान विशेषकर और आने वाले युवक युवतियां वो कैसे लीड लें, इस चीज के बारे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बहुत एक अच्छा विजन रखा। उस विजन को कन्वर्ट किया वेव्स के प्लेटफॉर्म से। वेव्स प्लेटफॉर्म एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बना जिसमें हमने मीडिया एंटरटेनमेंट की, जिसको आजकल कॉर्पोरेट की दुनिया में एवीजीसी सेक्टर बोलते हैं, एवीजीसी एक्सआर सेक्टर बोलते हैं, इसको एक टेक्नोलॉजी का प्लेटफॉर्म दिया और बहुत सारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, इन सबको एक मंच पे लाके कैसे इस सेक्टर को आगे ले जाना है, इस पे एक अच्छा मेथड बन गया है और ये प्लेटफॉर्म आज अच्छा दुनिया भर में रिकॉग्नाइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म बन गया है। वेव्स के समिट के बाद में फॉलोअप एक्शन जितना हुआ, in that follow-up action, we have been able to showcase our creators' works in the entire world, और अब तक करीब 1000 करोड़ से अधिक बिजनेस मिल चुका है हमारे क्रिएटर्स को। आप इमेजिन कीजिए इस वेव्स के प्लेटफॉर्म के बिना हमारे क्रिएटर्स को दुनिया के मार्केट में कोई पहुंच नहीं होती थी। इस वेव्स के प्लेटफॉर्म और इसके सब्सिक्वेंट एक्शंस के कारण, जिसमें वेव्स बाजार है, वेव्स एक्स है, वेव्स इंक्यूबेटर है, वेव्स एक्सेलरेटर है, वेव्स फंडिंग का है, कई सारी चीजें हैं, और वेव्स का अपना एक ओटीटी भी है। तो इन सब के माध्यम से आज अपने देश के क्रिएटर्स को एक बहुत बड़ा ग्लोबल मार्केट मिलने लगा है। टोक्यो में, ओसाका में, मेलबर्न में, ओंटारियो में, टोरंटो में, हाल ही में जर्मनी में, यूके में, सब जगह हमारे क्रिएटर्स को अपनी प्रोडक्ट्स को, अपने कॉन्सेप्ट्स को, अपने प्रोडक्शन को, अपने कंटेंट को दिखाने का मौका मिला और उससे बहुत अच्छे कॉमर्शियल बेनिफिट्स हुए। 1000 करोड़ से ज्यादा का बेनिफिट हमारे क्रिएटर्स को मिला। तीसरा विषय मैं सबके सामने रखना चाहूंगा, वो है हम इसको इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कैसे करें। वेव्स समिट अपनी जगह आया, ये हर 2 साल में एक बार होगा, जिससे कि पॉलिसी मेकर्स, इंडस्ट्री सब जुड़ेंगे। अब इसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाना है, तो नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए एक कल्पना की गई, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ क्रिएटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज। जैसे आईआईटी सिस्टम है, आईआईएम सिस्टम है, ट्रिपल आईटी सिस्टम है, एम्स के सिस्टम है, जिसमें आईसर के सिस्टम्स हैं, जो ये ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशनल चेन्स हैं जो कि हमारे देश के युवाओं को एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म देती है, जहां से स्टूडेंट्स अच्छा पढ़ सके और एकदम रेलेवेंट फील्ड में वो अपने को एक्सपर्ट बना के मार्केट में, दुनिया में अपनी पहचान बना सके। इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ क्रिएटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, इसको पूरी तरह से इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड रखा गया। राइट फ्रॉम डे वन, each and everything in this institute was decided by the industry, for the industry and of the industry। पूरी तरह से कोई इसमें theoretical चीज नहीं रखी गई, 100% प्रैक्टिकल इंडस्ट्री के हिसाब से रखा गया। इसका पहला कैंपस मुंबई में बन रहा है, फिल्म सिटी में महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छी एक लैंड का पार्सल दिया है, 18 एकड़ के आसपास का वो पार्सल है, उसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन अभी बहुत जल्दी शुरू होगा। लेकिन जो टेम्परेरी कैंपस इसका बना, नेशनल फिल्म डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन के 2-3 फ्लोर्स को खाली करके वहां पे बनाया गया। मैं आपके सामने ये रखना चाहता हूं कि इस टेम्परेरी कैंपस में जो फैसिलिटीज बनी, विशेषकर जो एब्सोल्युटली हाईटेक मॉडर्न लेबोरेटरीज, और एक्चुअली लैब क्या है, वहां पे कंटेंट ही क्रिएट होता है, those labs are today rated among the best in the world। Even those labs which have been created in the temporary campus of first IICT, they are rated among the best in the world, better than all labs in Europe, better than all labs in Asia, and comparable to some of the best in Hollywood। So that kind of potential is there in our country। अगर हम आपके आज जो सुझाव आए, उन सुझावों में भी ये बात आई, अगर हम इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेशन अपने इंस्टीट्यूट्स का कर सकें, तो इसमें हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बहुत अच्छी रेलेवेंट एजुकेशन दे सकते हैं, जो कि टेक्स्ट बुक से बाहर, टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ना, अपनी एक थ्योरेटिकल बेस बनाना जरूरी है, लेकिन उस थ्योरेटिकल बेस के ऊपर कैसे हम प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज ला सकें, वो आईआईसीटी हुआ, गतिशक्ति विश्वविद्यालय हुआ, सेमीकंडक्टर का कोर्सेज हुआ, जिसमें 315 यूनिवर्सिटीज में आज स्टूडेंट्स सेमीकंडक्टर की प्रैक्टिकल ट्रेनिंग ले रहे हैं. They are designing chips, they are actually manufacturing chips, and their products are validated in the real world. टेलीकॉम में 100 यूनिवर्सिटीज में टेलीकॉम की लैब्स बनी, जिसमें एक्चुअल 5G लगा, और वो 5G एक्चुअल में स्टूडेंट्स उसको यूज कर रहे हैं, और उसमें यूज केसेस नए बना रहे हैं, उसमें हर तरह के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स एक्चुअल रियल लाइफ एनवायरनमेंट में करते हैं. तो ये जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है, इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेशन एजुकेशन में लाना, और ये न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का भी बहुत मुख्य एक अंग है. माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री जी हमारे साथ हैं आज. तो इस पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट के हमारे सामने आज कई एग्जांपल्स आ गए. अब इसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने का इस बजट में माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने घोषणा की 15,000 क्रिएटर लैब्स बनाने का, 15,000 क्रिएटर लैब. ये हमारे क्रिएट इन इंडिया मिशन का हिस्सा है, जिसका अभी कंप्लीट प्रपोजल चल रहा है, बन रहा है उसका. इस प्रपोजल में क्रिएट इन इंडिया मिशन में क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी को एक नया प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जाएगा, जिससे 1 करोड़ से अधिक क्रिएटर्स बेनिफिटेड होंगे. उनको टूल्स मिलेंगे, नए तरह की ट्रेनिंग मिलेगी, और प्रयास ये रहेगा कि देश के हर पंचायत में कम से कम कुछ क्रिएटर्स हैं बने ऐसे, जिनको हम ट्रेन कर पाएं, जिनको हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी दे पाएं, और जिनको हम एक तरीके से एक नया रोजगार का भी, इनकम का भी एक नया साधन दे पाएं. ये सब प्रयास चल रहे हैं. साथ ही साथ अभी आपने देखा होगा कि दूरदर्शन में एक क्रिएटर्स कॉर्नर बना है, जिसमें क्रिएटर्स अपने कंटेंट को दे सकते हैं, और उस कंटेंट को दूरदर्शन एज अ प्लेटफॉर्म देता है, और उस प्लेटफॉर्म को लेकर उस प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज करके क्रिएटर्स फाइंड न्यू एवेन्यूज फॉर पब्लिशिंग देयर कंटेंट एंड टेकिंग इट टू द वर्ल्ड. तो कई ऐसे नए इनिशिएटिव्स अभी चल रहे हैं. मैं आप सबको बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि आपने अपने बहुमूल्य सुझाव दिए, और बहुत ही अच्छे सुझाव आए. सारे सुझाव नोट किए गए. अभी क्रिएट इन इंडिया मिशन फाइनल जब होता है, उसमें आपके सुझावों का पूरी तरह से उपयोग किया जाएगा. और साथ ही साथ आईआईसीटी को जब आगे बढ़ाते हैं, नए लेवल पे लेके जाते हैं, और प्रसार भारती के रिफॉर्म्स में भी आपके सुझावों का पूरी तरह से उपयोग किया जाएगा. बहुत धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव, आपके संबोधन के लिए धन्यवाद. We now request Dr. Virendra Kumar, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, to please address the gathering.
माननीय मेरे साथी मंत्रीगण और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से आए हुए हमारे विशेषज्ञगण, लाभार्थी, और आज मैं सुबह से जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा वेबिनार का शुभारंभ किया गया, तब मार्गदर्शन हम सबको प्राप्त के बाद फिर अलग अलग मंत्रालय के तो स्टेक होल्डर्स के विशेषज्ञों के जो विचार सुनने को मिले, उसमें कई बहुत अच्छे सुझाव आए. उसमें बहुत अच्छे जो पहल की गई उनके द्वारा, उन पहलों के बारे में भी जानकारी रखी गई. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमेशा इस बात पर जोर दिया है कि किसी भी देश के वास्तविक विकास का मापदंड यह है कि वहां समाज के सबसे कमजोर वर्गों को कितने प्रभावी ढंग से सशक्त बनाया जाता है. और हमारा जो दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, इस बार के बजट में जो दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना का अनाउंस हुआ, उसमें सरकार के प्रयासों के साथ जब मैंने देखा कि जब कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी जुड़ जाती है, समाज की जब भागीदारी जुड़ जाती है, तो वो कदम कई गुना आगे बढ़ जाते हैं. और इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से जब मैं सुन रहा था कि जब हरिता जी ने अपनी बात रखी कि दिव्यांगजन, उन्होंने कहा कि अभी भी शिक्षा प्रशिक्षण और रोजगार के अवसरों तक पहुंच में कई प्रकार की बाधाओं का सामना कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने कौशल विकास कार्यक्रमों और रोजगार के अवसरों के बीच में कमजोर जुड़ाव पर भी चिंता व्यक्त की और ये भी उल्लेख किया कि विभिन्न क्षेत्रों और सेक्टरों में अवसर समान रूप से उपलब्ध नहीं है। वहीं जब हमारी अनीना आलम जी ने मिट्टी कैफे की बात, तो मिट्टी कैफे की जब उनके बात प्रारंभ की गई तो उन्होंने कहा कि सपनों के साथ इसको शुरू किया था। अकेले उन्होंने प्रारंभ किया, एक छोटे से स्टॉल से प्रारंभ किया और उनके द्वारा की गई वो पहल आज राष्ट्रपति भवन, एयरपोर्टों पर, हमारे एयरपोर्ट के स्थानों पर, अनेक स्थानों पर बहुत बड़ी संख्या में उस योजना के माध्यम से, मिट्टी कैफे के माध्यम से दिव्यांगजनों को आर्थिक और सामाजिक रूप से सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम साबित हुआ और इसी कारण से उनको राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर उनको सम्मानित भी किया गया। और इससे हमको उन्होंने एक बात कही, ये केवल एक व्यक्ति के द्वारा प्रारंभ किया गया अभियान नहीं है, बल्कि ये कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी है। और कम्युनिटी की भागीदारी जब अच्छी भावना के साथ में जब इस तरह के प्रयासों में जुड़ जाती है, सरकार और समाज जब एक साथ आगे बढ़ जाते हैं, तो उसके सार्थक परिणाम बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में सामने आते हैं। और मिट्टी कैफे यह संदेश देता है कि दिव्यांगता कमजोरी नहीं है, बल्कि क्षमता का एक अलग स्वरूप है, जहां दिव्यांगजनों को अगर अवसर उपलब्ध कराए जाते हैं, उनको अपनी क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन करने का उचित प्लेटफॉर्म मिलता है, तो वो अपनी क्षमताओं का प्रदर्शन करके न केवल अपने आप को सशक्त बनाते हैं, बल्कि समाज को सशक्त बनाते हुए जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सोच है कि सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने में सभी के सामूहिक प्रयास। जब सभी के सामूहिक प्रयासों की बात आती है, तो उसमें हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के भी सशक्तिकरण की बात आती है। बीना सेनाई जी ने जो बात कही कि दिव्यांग युवाओं के लिए कौशल प्रशिक्षण केंद्रों को आजीविका हब के रूप में विकसित करने की भूमिका को रेखांकित किया, यूथ फॉर जॉब्स, और इसमें तकनीकी आधारित प्रशिक्षण के महत्व पर उनके द्वारा जोर दिया गया और ये बताते हुए कि दिव्यांग युवा उभरती तकनीकों से जुड़ने पर बेहतर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, क्योंकि वो टेक्नोलॉजी को, हमारा जो युवा होता है और जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन होते हैं, वो टेक्नोलॉजी को बहुत बेहतर तरीके से समझते हैं। समग्र प्रशिक्षण केंद्र विकसित करने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा गया और उसमें सुलभ अवसंरचनाएं, सहायक तकनीकों से सुसज्जित कक्षाएं, ऐसी उन्होंने जो महत्वपूर्ण बातें कही गई, जिसमें डिजिटल साक्षरता, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, उपकरणों का परिचय, मॉक इंटरव्यू, कार्यस्थल के लिए तैयारी, ऐसी अनेक महत्वपूर्ण बातें उनके द्वारा रखी गई। वहीं विनीत सरायवाला जी ने उन्होंने बताया कि भारत की पहली सेमीकंडक्टर निर्माण पहलों में दिव्यांगजन तकनीकी सहयोग के रूप में भी योगदान दे चुके हैं। यानी दिव्यांगजनों को जब अवसर मिलता है, तो वो हर स्थान पर अपनी सक्षमता का प्रदर्शन करने में कहीं पीछे नहीं रहते हैं। उन्होंने इस बात पर भी जोर दिया कि दिव्यांगजन तकनीकी और स्टीम क्षेत्रों में पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। वहीं हमारे जब रविंद्र सिंह जी ने अपनी बात रखी, तो रविंद्र सिंह जी ने एक बात महत्वपूर्ण से रखी गई थी, उनके द्वारा कहा गया था कि सरकार जो है, वो सरकार दिव्यांगजनों के कल्याण के लिए, उनके वेलफेयर के लिए, उनके स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए नीतियां बनाती, योजना बनाती है, लेकिन इंडस्ट्री उनके क्रियान्वयन में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिकाएं निभाती हैं, उद्योग जगत उसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिकाएं निभाते हैं। यही बात आती है जो हमारे विशेषज्ञों के द्वारा बात रखी गई कि उनके जीवन के अनुभव, जिस क्षेत्र में वो काम कर रहे हैं, उस कार्य के माध्यम से न केवल अपने व्यवसाय को, उसको आधार को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, बल्कि अपनी सामुदायिक भागीदारी को भी जोड़ने में वो कहीं पीछे नहीं है। आराधना लाल जी ने जो लेमन ट्री होटल से हैं, उन्होंने जब अपनी बात रखी, तो उन्होंने बहुत इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बातें उनके द्वारा रखी गई और उन्होंने बताया कि उनका जो संगठन है, लगभग 2 दशकों से जो कार्यस्थल समावेशन के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता को रेखांकित कर रहा है और उनके कई दिव्यांग कर्मचारी उनके कई विभागों में काम कर रहे हैं, जहां मानव संसाधन, फ्रंट डेस्क संचालन, हाउसकीपिंग, वित्त विभाग, आईटी, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण उसमें जो है काउंटर पर बिल भी जो है ना, वो काटने का काम उनके द्वारा किया जा रहा है। ये बताते हैं कि हमारे आज के जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, हमारे विशेषज्ञ हैं, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में काम करने वाले जो हमारे प्रतिभागी हैं, आज की इसके वेबिनार के माध्यम से उनके द्वारा जो सुझाव प्राप्त हुए, उनमें जो महत्वपूर्ण थे कि राष्ट्रीय जागरूकता अभियान और उसमें दिव्यांगजनों के लिए रोजगार और कौशल के अवसरों के बारे में जागरूकता बढ़ाए जाने के लिए अभियान चलाने की उनके द्वारा बात कही गई। तो डिजिटल साक्षरता और यूडीआईडी कार्ड के विस्तार के लिए कहा गया, ऑनलाइन एवं ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग के लिए, उसके लिए कि ऑनलाइन और हाइब्रिड प्रशिक्षण मॉडल को बढ़ावा दिया जाए, क्रास डिसेबिलिटी अर्ली इंटरवेंशन ट्रेनिंग क्षमता है, उस ट्रेनर क्षमता को उसमें कौशल प्रशिक्षण पाठ्यक्रम में सुगम्यता सुनिश्चित की जाए। फिर क्षेत्र विशिष्ट कौशल विकास पर भी, अब क्षेत्र विशिष्ट हमारे बहुत सारे विशेषज्ञों ने कहा कि ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन होते हैं उनको अलग तरह का स्किल ट्रेनिंग देने की आवश्यकता है। ऐसी शहरी क्षेत्रों के जो हमारे दिव्यांगजन होते हैं उनको अलग तरह का स्किल देने की आवश्यकता है। दोनों की अपनी अपनी पृष्ठभूमि अलग होती है और इस कारण से उनको जो है ना अलग अलग तरह का प्रशिक्षण दे करके और वो आसानी से उस काम को कर सकेंगे, क्योंकि जो शहर का हमारा दिव्यांगजन है वो थोड़ा सा पढ़ा लिखा होगा, जो हमारा ग्रामीण क्षेत्र का दिव्यांगजन होता है वो गरीब परिवारों की पृष्ठभूमि से आता है और इतना शिक्षा के प्रति जागरूकता नहीं होने के कारण, लेकिन उसको डिजिटल से जोड़े जाने का काम, उसको स्किल से जोड़े जाने का काम बड़ी आसानी से किया जा सकता है। कई हमारे विशेषज्ञों ने कहा कि दिव्यांगजनों के लिए स्टीम और शिक्षा, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, सेमीकंडक्टर जैसे क्षेत्रों में पहुंच बढ़ाई जाए। फिर दिव्यांगजन उद्यमता, जो इकोनॉमिक जो हमारा परिस्थिति तंत्र है, इनको इक्यूबेशन वित्त, मेंटरशिप, खरीद उपकरण के माध्यम से समर्थन प्रदान किया जाए। उद्योग क्षेत्रों में जिस तरह की आवश्यकता है, श्रम आधारित बाजार उन्मुखी जो आवश्यकता है, उन आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप दिव्यांगजनों को प्रशिक्षण देकर उद्योग क्षेत्र में बड़ी मात्रा में हमारे दिव्यांगजनों के लिए जीवन में आगे बढ़ने के उनको अवसर उपलब्ध कराए जा सकते हैं। और यही बात माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा कही जाती है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि सबका साथ सबका विकास, तो सबका साथ सबका विकास है, चाहे वो हमारे गांव में रहने वाला हमारा दिव्यांगजन हो, चाहे वो हमारा शहर में रहने वाला दिव्यांगजन हो, चाहे वो हमारे कस्बे में रहने वाला दिव्यांगजन हो, सबके लिए आज की चर्चा में महत्वपूर्णता से उभर के आया कि दिव्यांगजनों का सशक्तिकरण सामूहिक प्रयास के लिए आवश्यकता है। केवल सरकार के अकेले प्रयासों से ये काम नहीं हो सकता है। इस काम में सरकारी प्रयासों के साथ साथ विभिन्न मंत्रालयों का भी इसमें सहयोग चाहिए। राज्य सरकार और केंद्र शासित जो प्रदेश हैं, केंद्र शासित प्रदेशों का भी, फिर हमारे नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट और हमारे जो क्षेत्रीय संस्थान है उनका भी, एनजीओ का, नागरिक समाज संगठन और उद्योग जगत के जो नेता हैं, सामाजिक उद्यम है, उनके साथ ही साथ माय भारत के संसद और युवा प्रतिभागी, इन सबके जो विचार और सुझाव इस पहल को और अधिक सशक्त बनाने में तथा देश में दिव्यांगजन समावेशी कौशल विकास के भविष्य को आकार देने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएंगे। हमारा सामूहिक उद्देश्य बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होना चाहिए कि प्रत्येक दिव्यांग युवा को कौशल रोजगार के अवसर और अपने पूर्ण सामर्थ्य को साकार करने के लिए आवश्यक समर्थन प्राप्त हो। कौशल विकास, आर्थिक भागीदारी और श्रम की गरिमा को बढ़ावा देकर हम ऐसे समाज की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं जहां दिव्यांगजनों को उनकी सीमाओं के लिए नहीं बल्कि उनकी क्षमताओं और राष्ट्र निर्माण में उनके योगदान के लिए पहचाना जाएगा। आइए हम सब मिलकर एक समावेशी, कुशल और सशक्त भारत के निर्माण के लिए आज का यह जो वेबिनार है, इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से जो विचार आए हैं, जो सुझाव आए हैं, निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में उसके लिए सभी का साथ लेते हुए इन सुझावों के माध्यम से मंत्रालय अपनी चलाई जाने वाली योजनाओं में उनमें से महत्वपूर्ण विचारों का, सुझावों का समावेश करते हुए अपने काम को और अधिक प्रभावी ढंग से करने का संकल्प इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से हम लेंगे। ऐसे ही और मुझे अपेक्षा है कि आप सबका भी इस काम में, दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण में, उनके आर्थिक, सामाजिक, शैक्षणिक विकास में आपका भी आने वाले समय में हम सभी को ऐसा ही सामूहिक रूप से सहयोग मिले।
डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार, आपका आभार। We now invite Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. Grateful to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji for having given me this opportunity to join the post-budget webinar today. My colleagues, Dr. Virender Kumar ji, Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Rao Inderjeet Singh ji, Jitendra Singh ji, all the secretaries who have joined the webinar, industry experts, captains of business, and to all participants, my warm greetings. India is entering a decisive decade of development. Our demographic dividend, the young aspirational Indian with an average age of 28 and a half years, and the technological strength that 2.3 million STEM graduates bring to the table every year are today coming together to, to act as a force multiplier and grow the Indian economy, take the Indian growth story to the remotest parts of India and expand our engagement with the rest of the world. Our desire to build a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat by 2047, will only come true when we treat design not merely as a cosmetic enhancement, but as a strategic national capability that connects technology with people and translates ideas into impactful systems, products, and experiences. India's greatest strength is its diversity. Every few kilometers, our culture, food, textiles, language, dialects change. This heritage is our greatest design capital. By integrating this diversity into contemporary design, we can create products and experiences that the world cannot easily replicate. Over the last decade, the National Institute of Design has evolved from a single premier institution into a national network and an institution of national importance. It has moved beyond aesthetic design to solving technical and social problems, strengthening its reputation as a leading design school. This year's budget takes the next step by announcing a new National Institute of Design in the eastern part of India. Our design industry is expanding rapidly, but we still face a shortage of trained Indian designers who can serve the needs of our growing economy and also contribute to global design discourse. The new NID in the East is our commitment to bridge this gap and democratize access to world-class design education. The Eastern region is a powerhouse of culture, crafts, textiles, and industry. But since it did not have a very strong design ecosystem, we could not really exploit its true potential. The new NID will connect traditional craft clusters, MSMEs, emerging industries with cutting-edge design education. It will also help artisans move up the value chain and support MSMEs in product diversification. Our vision goes beyond a single campus. Indian culture and civilizational knowledge must sit at the heart of design education, not as an optional add-on. Design is central to Atmanirbhar Bharat. And if we have to create a brand India, a brand that India can be synonymous with quality, innovation, it can be recognized for new products, new technologies, especially in a world which is being reshaped by artificial intelligence, immersive media, and robotics, where technology without thoughtful design can actually deepen inequality and reduce usability. We all need to put our heads together and prepare the Indian mindset to adopt new technologies, exploit them for the benefit of 1.4 billion Indians, and ensure a better future for our young men and women. To the young designers and students, I say, you are not just preparing for a career, but you are preparing yourself to contribute to nation building. The choices you make in a product, a service, or through digital interface will shape how India is experienced by its own citizens or by the world. Going forward, our collective effort must translate vision into action. I propose a 5-point agenda for your kind consideration. 1, let us position the National Institutes of Design as knowledge hubs for Indian design. And through each of these campuses, take the message and importance of design or innovative designing to the people in different regions across the country. 2, let us deepen our industry, particularly the MSME and academic linkages. Maybe we could set up design clinics. We could have some live cluster projects. We'll have to make design very simple to engage with and involve the common man, our handicraft people, our artisans, our handloom weavers and traditional workers, to see how design can start defining the India story. 3, we must create service and brand India design labs to improve the citizen experience in governance, tourism, and healthcare. 4, we need to build joint artificial intelligence and frontier technology design labs with technical institutes so that the linkages between students and industry can be expanded. And lastly, we must ensure that the new NID coming up in Eastern India is a model campus. It must promote public-private partnerships and also promote the not-for-profits who are working amongst our artisans, our handicraft and handloom players, to help them take India to the rest of the world. Let this webinar produce a clear roadmap so that design becomes a central pillar of our journey towards a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat by 2047, and the new National Institute of Design emerges as a global symbol of innovation rooted in our rich traditions. Thank you very much, friends. My best wishes to all of you, and really grateful to the organizers of this webinar for putting together so many very interesting subjects that I saw on the agenda, and for giving me an opportunity to talk about our plans for the National Institute of Design. Thank you very much.
Shri Piyush Goyal, thank you, sir, for your remarks. I now turn to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister for Education, to deliver the closing remarks.
Namaskar, Mr. पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार सीरीज की कंक्लूडिंग सेशन की 4th एंड कंक्लूडिंग सेशन की आज समापन सत्र में मेरे साथ उपस्थित मेरे वरिष्ठ सहयोगी आदरणीय पीयूष गोयल जी, वीरेंद्र कुमार जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, राव इंद्रजीत सिंह जी, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह जी, सभी विभागों की आदरणीय सेक्रेटरीज, वरिष्ठ अधिकारी मित्रगण और डोमेन एक्सपर्ट्स और पॉलिसी मेकर, सभी अन्य साथीगण। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज सुबह उसका उद्घाटन किया। दिन भर आज सार्थक चर्चा हुई। मेरे पास जो जानकारी है, जो हमारे 7 विषयों में ऑल आर इंटरकनेक्टेड, 5 विभाग की 7 विषयों की जो विस्तार से सुझाव और चर्चा हुई, उसमें से लगभग 1.5 लाख पार्टिसिपेंट विभिन्न टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेटफॉर्म पे जुड़े। मैं सभी को बधाई देता हूं। इस प्रकार की भारत सरकार की, प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो विजन है, पार्टिसिपेटरी गवर्नेंस मॉडल डेवलप करना, उसमें हम लोग आज एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व कदम आगे बढ़े। सभी मेरे आदरणीय सहयोगियों ने और जो हमारे डोमेन एक्सपर्ट ने, जिन्होंने समअप किया इन 7 विषयों को, सबने फोकस तरीके से जो 7 विषय दिया गया था, एजुकेशन टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एंटरप्राइज, AVGC, NID, 5 यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप, 500 स्टेम स्टूडेंट्स के लिए गर्ल्स हॉस्टल, दिव्यांग कौशल योजना और 4 टेलीस्कोपिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी। मित्रों, हमारी सरकार की नीति रही है सबके साथ सबकी विकास, और हमारी एनईपी में हमारी सारे की जो एक मूल स्रोत सूत्र है राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति ने इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन और एक्सेसिबल एजुकेशन के बारे में जोर दिया गया है। इस बार की बजट एक एक बिंदु जिस पर आज हम लोगों ने विस्तार से चर्चा किया है, सब उस दिशा में एक एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। मैं 2-3 छोटे छोटे विषय को कह के मेरे बात को समाप्त करूंगा। जो विषय चर्चा हुई है उसको रिपीटेशन की आवश्यकता नहीं है। इस बार के बजट में ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी एक नई आशा देश की युवाओं में जन्म किया है, उत्पन्न किया है, जिसके बारे में विस्तार से मेरे मित्र अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने कहा है। इसकी उनका विजन कहा है, उनकी विभाग की विजन कहा है। देश में डिजाइन थिंकिंग के लिए, क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी के लिए, क्रिएटिव लैब के लिए स्कूली स्तर से बच्चों को एक इमेजिनेशन, इनोवेशन, हमारी देश की शिक्षा पद्धति अभी रट्टा वाला एजुकेशन है, मेमोराइजेशन है। मेमोराइजेशन से उसको डिजाइन थिंकर तक, क्रिटिकल थिंकर तक ले जाने में ये निर्णय ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी के माध्यम से एक पहल सिर्फ क्रिएटिव इकोनॉमी नहीं बनाएगी, एक इनोवेटर बनाएगी समाज को बड़े मात्रा में। इस बजट में उसकी रिफ्लेक्शन है। एक दिव्यांग कौशल योजना, इसके बारे में भी बजट में इस बार उल्लेख किया गया है। मैं कुछ समीक्षा पढ़ रहा था। विश्व की एक अच्छी खासी आबादी जाने अनजाने में आज की भारत की जो परिभाषा है दिव्यांगजन, उस कैटेगरी में आते हैं। किसी ने कल मेरे को समझाया, भारत की स्टूडेंट पॉपुलेशन की लगभग 10% दिव्यांगजन है। किसी ने कहा इसकी वेरिफिकेशन करने लायक स्टैटिस्टिक्स है। 7.5 करोड़ लोग दिव्यांगजन की कैटेगरी में आते हैं। उनके बारे में हमने 2016 में नीति बनाई, नई आइडेंटिटी बनाई, उसको बास्केट को बड़ा किया। लेकिन अभी समय आया है इसके बारे में मीनिंगफुल उनको एम्पावरमेंट करने के लिए, इसके बारे में इस बार बजट में कहा गया है दिव्यांग जन कौशल योजना। मैं भी देख रहा था, अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन क्वांटम फिजिक्स की विश्व की विद्वान थे, लेकिन उनको सिंपल अरिथमेटिक्स में, मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन में गलती होती थी। वो एक सहायक रखे थे जो उनको मैथमेटिकल कैलकुलेशन में मदद करेगा। वो दिव्यांगजन थे। थॉमस एडिसन जो जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक की प्रमुख थे, जिन्होंने इलेक्ट्रिक बल्ब को दुनिया के सामने लाया, वो दिव्यांगजन थे। अलेक्जेंडर ग्राहम बेल जिन्होंने टेलीफोन को दुनिया को दिया, वो दिव्यांगजन थे। हेनरी फोर्ड जो मोटर कार की प्रमुख थे, वो दिव्यांगजन थे। राइट ब्रदर्स, स्टीव जॉब्स, बिल व्हिल और हेलेन ब्रोक जैसे ये सारे विश्व की बड़े बड़े आविष्कार जिन्होंने किया, ये सब दिव्यांगजन थे। मित्रों, इस बार भारत के बजट ने इसको स्पेसिफिक करके एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्लान बनाना, उनकी एम्पावरमेंट की सोचना, ये बहुत बड़ी एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। 4 टेलीस्कोपिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी बनाई जाएगी। हमारे देश में स्पेस साइंस की दुनिया खुल रही है। सरकार की दायित्व से उसको धीरे धीरे प्राइवेट सेक्टर की ओर लिया जा रहा है, स्टार्टअप की दुनिया से जोड़ा जा रहा है। इसमें ये 4 टेलीस्कोप बहुत बड़ा मददगार होगी। सारा विषय बड़े विस्तार से चर्चा हुई है। अभी चुनौती है, सुबह भी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, ये इस एस्पिरेशन को, विकसित भारत की एस्पिरेशन को पूरा करने के लिए बजट में जो स्ट्रैटेजी सब बनाई गई है, इसकी सफलता तब होगी ये जगह जमीन पे उतरेगी। मैं मानता हूं आज इस प्रकार के पैनल ने इतने बड़े पैमाने पर सुझाव दिया है, चर्चा किया है, विषय को नीचे लेने की प्रयास किया है, उस दिशा में हमने एक 1 स्टेप अहेड लिया है। लेकिन मेरा अपेक्षा रहेगा ये सब विषय एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, ट्रिपल ई से लेके टेलीस्कोपिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फैसिलिटी तक सारा विषय संलग्न है। आज देश में लड़कियां स्टेम एजुकेशन में आगे बढ़ रही, उनकी रिसर्च में आगे हो रहा है। ये सारे को आने वाले निर्दिष्ट समय में हमने कैसे अप्रैल अनवार इसको ऑन फील्ड उतारेंगे, इसमें से इस वेबिनार की सार्थकता है। मैं आप सबको फिर एक बार आभार प्रकट करता हूं भारत सरकार की ओर से इस वेबिनार में शामिल होने के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for summing up the scope and potential of this webinar. And before we close, let me invite Ms. Niti Chibbar, CEO, Niti Aayog, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable ministers, distinguished speakers, esteemed experts, and all the participants. As we come to the close of today's webinar, it is my privilege to extend a sincere vote of thanks to all those who have contributed to the success of this session. At the outset, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the honorable ministers for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives. We are grateful to Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Minister of State for Planning, Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Honorable Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Honorable Minister of Commerce, and Honorable Minister of Education for their thoughtful remarks and for outlining the government's vision across these important initiatives. Today's discussions were enriched by the outcomes of 5 breakout sessions, which covered forward-looking themes like high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee, AVGC content creator labs, the new National Institute of Design, university townships, girls' hostels for STEM institutions, Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana, and the 4 telescopic infrastructure facilities for strengthening India's scientific capabilities. I extend my sincere appreciation to the experts and stakeholders who contributed their insights to these deliberations. I would also like to thank all the participating ministries and departments whose active engagement made today's discussions meaningful and productive. The insights emerging from today's deliberations will be valuable in taking forward the implementation of the announcements made in the Union Budget and in advancing our shared vision of building a Viksit Bharat. Finally, I would also like to place on record my appreciation for NIC for providing the technical platform and ensuring seamless conduct of this webinar, and to all the organizing teams whose efforts made this event possible. Thank you very much.